Chapter 1204. He agreed to come so easily? Lan Rua looked at the blue-robed man in front of him, somewhat surprised. For the Lan clan to lie in ambush here and wait for the heir to appear before inviting them in person was undoubtedly the last resort, since they had no way of contacting the upper three heavens. However, Lan Rua himself also admitted that there were other ways to ease the tension in this matter. For example, sending a message, sending a letter secretly by flying sword, or sending an invitation. These were all methods commonly used by people in the martial world or ordinary people. As for inviting him face to face, it was equivalent to directly telling the other party, "We know you are here, and we also know who you are. Therefore, you must fly here." It was more or less like forcing yourself on him and threatening him. Also, it was a show of force. Lan Rua knew himself very well. He was just a little uncomfortable about the matter between Chu Yang and Tai Batian, so he wanted to suppress Chu Yang a little. But when it came to jealousy, it was far from that. Lan Rua had always been proud and arrogant. When he made the decision, he knew that such an invitation might leave a bad impression on the other party, which might not be beneficial to his plan. But even though he knew, he still didn't change his mind, because he was confident. The heavens are sealed. Of course, we can't go up. But you, Chu Yang, are the same as us. We are all in the lower three heavens. You can't fly anywhere either. And on my side, there are several supreme martial artists and martial saints here. No matter how powerful you are, I can always suppress you. And in a place like the lower three heavens, if such an expert wants to find someone, there is really nowhere to hide. So Chu Yang, you can't run away either. Of course, the Lan clan's first priority was to befriend the Tribulation Sword Master, because by befriending the Tribulation Sword Master, the Lan clan could continue to enjoy 10,000 years of glory. There were two ways to solve the Lan clan's crisis. The first was to kill the Tribulation Sword Master. The second was to befriend him. But was it better to kill or to befriend him? That was a question that even a fool could answer. If you befriend this person, your clan could enjoy 10,000 years of glory. If you killed him, you could only protect the riches in front of you. Then, was it better to kill or to befriend him? As long as he wasn't a pig, there was no such question. Since they knew who the Tribulation Swordmaster was, of course they had to befriend him, and they had to be careful not to act rashly. If the other party really didn't know what to do, it wouldn't be too late to kill him then. But before that, not to mention killing, he had to be careful with his words. Even if there was only the slightest chance of befriending him, he would still have to put in 100,000 points of effort. The greatest power of the Calamity Swordmaster was that before his wings were fully developed, he was extremely mysterious. No one knew who he was. Now that he knew how to do it, was it up to him? Therefore, Lan Ruashin was also very certain. Therefore, this impolite invitation was sent out just like that. In his mind, after Chu Yang received such an invitation, Chu Yang would definitely not be able to do anything. He would definitely be fearful, panicked, and furious. He had thought of all kinds of possibilities, but this was the only one he hadn't thought of. The other party accepted it very calmly. Furthermore, he even specifically instructed that this banquet could not be too shabby. This made Lan Rua feel as if he had punched a pile of cotton. All right, let me see what kind of person this Calamity Swordmaster is. Lan Rua put his hands behind his back and stood at the edge of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, facing the lake. He muttered to himself in a low voice. Suddenly, he felt a sense of exhilaration as if he had met his match. On the other side, Chu Yang was also thinking, "This Duke Lan is obviously threatening me. Haha, just as well. If you didn't come looking for me, I would have gone looking for you. Anyway, my relationship with the Lan clan is already so bad that it can't be salvaged. It's rare that there's a guy like you who's secluded in the lower three heavens who doesn't know anything and comes here to be slaughtered. If I don't take this opportunity to slaughter you, how can I live up to the painstaking arrangements made by Lan Meisien and the Lan clan? As for threatening me, I don't even care about the elder master of the Lan clan, much less a little bastard like you. And a blind and deaf idiot at that? The sky was already dark. Lanterns were lit everywhere in Ironcloud Citadel, and people were coming and going. The flow of people was endless. There were very few disturbances. It was obvious that under Tai Butian's rule, Ironcloud Citadel was very peaceful. The people were kind and simple. Everyone went about their own business and didn't interfere with each other. The entire Tianyan restaurant was booked. Other customers were not allowed to enter. Everyone was guessing which bigwig was going to give a treat. He actually booked the best restaurant in Ironcloud Citadel. What kind of earth-shattering figure was he going to invite? Lan Rua, dressed in a blue robe, stood in front of the restaurant to welcome the guests. His expression was calm and natural. One look and you could tell that he was free and easy. He was like a dragon or a phoenix. Along the way, the young ladies who passed by kept stealing glances at each other. What a handsome young man. It's really a pity that he's not a prostitute behind him. 2 first-grade Supreme Martial Artists stood quietly. For the Lan clan to put up such a lineup to welcome the guests was already an exception. It should be known that even if the sons of other Grand Dukes came to the Lan clan, Lan Rua would only send someone to lead them in. Lan Rua would only personally come out to welcome those who were really close to him. The night was getting darker, but Chu Yang still hadn't arrived. Lan Rua's expression didn't change, but he was already dissatisfied. Damn it, this bastard is so arrogant. After waiting for a while, there were already drunkards staggering out of the other restaurants nearby. But Minister Chu was still nowhere to be seen. No matter how well-mannered Lan Rua was, he couldn't keep his cool anymore. "Are you sure? He said he's coming?" he asked in a low voice. "That's right. It's just that I don't know why he's not here yet." Behind him, that supreme martial artist expert replied without batting an eyelid. "What an arrogant person." Lan Rua's lips moved slightly as he cursed under his breath. "When have I ever waited for others like this?" Right at this moment, the sound of horse hooves suddenly came from afar. A man on a horse came from afar like a gust of wind. Even on this busy street, he didn't slow down at all and rushed over like a whirlwind. Lan Rua raised his head and saw a tall and big horse. It was snow-white all over, without a single blemish. The golden saddle and golden footrests shone brightly under the light of the lanterns. On the horse's back, a young man in black was riding. His eyebrows were like swords, his eyes were like bright stars, his nose was straight, and his eyes were bright and spirited. He rode steadily on the horse with his back straight like a mountain, his expression cold and arrogant. Just like that, he pursed his lips and galloped all the way. The golden saddle shone on the white horse, moving as valiantly as a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, the white horse reached the Tianyan building. The rider on the horse pulled on the reins. With a long neigh, the sturdy horse reared up and actually stopped just like that, right in front of Lan Rua, not more than 5 feet. The moment the sturdy horse reared up, the horse's hind legs almost poked Lan Rua's face. A strange smell assailed his nostrils. The dust that was stirred up landed on Lan Rua with a whoosh. Lan Rua was furious, but before he could fly into a rage, the rider on the horse had already dismounted. His movements were extremely nimble as he laughed heartily and walked toward Lan Rua. "Wahaha! Is this Duke Lan? Forgive me, ha ha ha. I'm extremely sorry for being late, ha ha ha. Forgive me, forgive me." Lan Rua frowned and forced a smile. "You must be Duke Lan?" "Wahaha! That's me, that's me." He laughed heartily and said, "How embarrassing, haha. As the saying goes, people have 3 urges, haha. Before I came here, in order to feast on Brother Lan, I used a small amount of laxatives. I originally wanted to just empty my stomach, but I didn't expect the dosage to be a little too large. After several trips of defecation, I actually couldn't stop it. It's all watery. How embarrassing, haha. Brother Lan, is the meal ready?" Lan Rua's expression was very interesting. Looking at this glib-tongued tribulation sword master in front of him, He had mixed feelings for a moment. His Adam's apple moved up and down along with his throat. He almost wanted to vomit. I invited you here for a meal, but before we started eating, you actually explained to me about laxatives and defecation? Who the fuck would be able to eat this? He even felt like throwing up. Not late, not late. Her. As long as you can come, I don't mind waiting for 3 days and 3 nights. Lan Rua smiled lightly and said. He had originally wanted to say this enthusiastically, but when the words were at the tip of his tongue, that enthusiastically emotion couldn't be aroused no matter what. Besides, if he opened his mouth too wide, he had the urge to vomit immediately. Thus, he could only say it so indifferently. Chu Yang laughed loudly. Brother Lan is too polite. If I had known that Brother Lan would actually stand here for so long just to wait for me, I would have held it in no matter what. It's all my fault, all my fault. Talking about defecation before eating, isn't this insulting? Ha! Luckily, Brother Lan is magnanimous and doesn't mind. As he spoke, he grabbed Lan Rua's hand and shook it enthusiastically. At the same time, Chu Yang's gaze was a little strange and heavy. He glanced at Lan Rua's neck and then returned to normal. Lan Rua's expression was a little stiff. Looking at Chu Yang's hand, he thought of how this pair of hands had just wiped his but countless times. Why was he suddenly grabbing his hand now? For a moment, a certain smell seemed to assail his nostrils. Lan Rua's expression was a little forced as he forcefully retracted his hand. Since Brother Chu is here, please take a seat upstairs. He felt extremely depressed. How am I supposed to eat this meal? It's already good enough that I don't throw up. Chu Yang held Lan Rua's hand tightly and said emotionally, Brother Lan, you're so righteous. Brother Lan, the moment I saw you, I felt like we were old friends. It seems like I've already known you many years ago. Today, you and I must drink to our heart's content and not return until we're drunk. Come, let's walk arm in arm. He actually pulled Lan Rua along and walked up. Lan Rua took a deep breath and suppressed the restlessness in his stomach. Smiling, he said, Since that's the case, Brother Chu, please. Yes. We're all on the same side. Don't stand on ceremony. And these two are your attendants? Go, feed my horse first. This horse is a good one. You can't neglect it. Why? You don't believe me? Look at this horse's mane. It's just like Duke Lan's hair, shiny and shiny. Chapter 1205. The 2 first-grade Supreme Martial Artists were instantly depressed. Since when did we become followers? And followers with such low status at that? Lan Rua's face darkened. The horse's mane is the same as my hair? Then what am I? Chu Yang, on the other hand, laughed and held Lan Rua's hand affectionately. The 2 of them walked up hand in hand. Seeing the 2 of them walking over hand in hand, the 2 supreme martial artists of the Lan clan smiled bitterly. After instructing the waiter of the restaurant to take care of this good horse, they shook their heads and followed. Lan Ruashin understood it like a mirror. This person was Chu Yang, the king of Hell Chu, whom the Iron Cloud Nation claimed to be dead, now that he had reappeared here and was even staying overnight in the palace. It was obvious that this king of Hell Chu was Tai Butian's lover, and according to Lan Meixian, that heavy pill was most likely given to Tai Butian by her lover. Then, king of Hell Chu was most likely the Tribulation Sword Master. Not only Lan Rua, but even the 2 supreme martial artists behind him were also very clear-headed. Although this king of Hell Chu appeared to be courteous and cordial on the surface, as if he was about to reunite with his family after a long separation, in fact, he was extremely dissatisfied with the Lan clan's invitation this time. Otherwise, no matter how dissatisfied he wouldn't have said such unbearable things in front of the people who were treating him before the meal. This was obviously a deliberate act of disgust, and it was disgust in all aspects. Moreover, his demeanor revealed a sense of fearlessness. This meant that he had already understood the purpose of the Lan clan waiting here. This was equivalent to indirectly admitting his identity as the Tribulation Sword Master. This gave them unlimited hope. Even if Lan Rua was on the verge of exploding with anger, He definitely wouldn't dare to say anything that would offend him. Lan Ruashin was indeed aggrieved, and quite aggrieved. The entire clan had spent so much effort and time to set up such a plan, no matter from which aspect she had taken the initiative. But when this king of hell, Chu, came, and he used such a disgusting method, he didn't say a single word, but everything was clearly telling him, "You are here, I know. Why are you looking for me? I know. I know your ultimate purpose too. So I have the final say. You are begging me, not threatening me. You'd better understand this point." He used such a disgusting hooligan method to completely take the initiative. Moreover, Lan Rua was willing to swallow this grievance without being able to do anything about it. When they finally arrived at the room, the two old men inside stood up with a smile to welcome them. Only then did Chu Yang let go of Lan Rua's hand. Only then did Lan Rua introduce him with a face full of smiles. "Brother Chu, this is the 10th generation elder of our Lan clan. Orchid Heart Painting." He paused and said meaningfully, "Old Ancestor Heart Painting is currently middle stage Supreme Martial Artist Cultivation." This was vaguely oppressing. Moreover, he had the intention of testing Chu Yang. It was because Lan Rua had discovered something. He couldn't see through Chu Yang's cultivation. If one were to say that Chu Yang's cultivation was higher than his, Lan Rua wouldn't believe it no matter what. Therefore, if Chu Yang's cultivation was too low, it would be revealed immediately after these words were spoken. There wasn't a single person in Jianghu who wasn't sensitive to the word supreme. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He held Lan Rua's hand enthusiastically and shook it repeatedly. "Elder Lan, I've heard so much about you. It's my honor to meet you today." This was the most common greeting and also the most insincere greeting in Jianghu. Now, Chu Yang said it smoothly without any pause. It was obvious that there wasn't even the slightest bit of sincerity in it. The smile on Lan Rua's old face was especially bright. "Minister Chu, you don't have to be so polite. It's only after meeting Minister Chu today that I know that we are already old. The Jianghu is now the world of the young. Her. Lan Rua smiled and continued to introduce the second person. There were 5 people from the Lan clan in the room. They were all famous experts. Towards Chu Yang's impoliteness, they didn't show the slightest bit of anger. This is the 25th generation elder of the Lan clan, Lan Qingfeng. Elder Qingfeng is now a 3rd-grade supreme martial artist. Lan Rua smiled amiably. His posture was as impeccable as a textbook aristocrat. "Elder Lan, I've heard so much about you. It's my honor to meet you today." Chu Yang's voice was sincere and clear. This was what he said when he met that person. Now that he met this person, he actually repeated it again. The charm of this was too profound. Lan Qingfeng's face couldn't help but twitch. He smiled and said, "Minister Chu is young and promising, tall and handsome. It's you who makes me hear so much about you." Chu Yang laughed. "You flatter me. You flatter me." Unexpectedly, he accepted the compliment without any trace of politeness. Lan Rua only felt a breath stuck in his throat. At this moment, he suddenly regretted it a little. He really shouldn't have forced himself to invite Chu Yang here. He should have used a gentler method. This fellow was obviously taking revenge. But there was no use in regretting it now. He didn't expect this fellow to be so mischievous. He didn't even care about 2nd-grade supreme martial artists who could turn the world upside down. These two are the 43rd generation elders of the Lan clan, Lan Mayun and Lan Moshui. Both of them are 1st-grade supreme martial artists. Lan Rua's introduction was already a little weak. "Aya, the 2 elders Lan." Chu Yang opened his eyes wide enthusiastically. Then his tone changed. "I've heard so much about you. It's my honor to meet you today." The faces of the 5 Lan clan members twitched at the same time. He really wanted to grab this guy's neck and ask him, "Do you know anything else other than this?" After the introduction, Chu Yang still hadn't sat down. as if he was still waiting. Everyone felt a little strange. Then they heard King of Helchu say, that, Brother Lon, aren't you going to introduce yourself? You don't know me? Lon Rua suddenly felt dizzy. You used the hand that you just used to wipe your ass to hold my hand and walked for so long. You still don't know who I am? This wasn't Chu Yang's fault. Chu Yang really didn't know who this person whose hand he held for such a long distance was. He only knew that his surname was Lon and that he was a duke of the Lon clan. However, he didn't know that he was one of the many dukes of the Lon clan. However, it was undeniable. A big clan. Chu Yang only disliked the dukes of the Lon clan the most. One was Lon Changa, the other was Lon Ruoyun. This had already made Chu Yang completely sick of the so-called dukes of the Lon clan. Chu Yang said apologetically, Brother Lon, please introduce me. I'm ignorant. I only know that Brother Lon is an impressive person, but I don't know how impressive you are. I'm Lon Rua. Lon Rua smiled amiably. He couldn't wait to swallow this guy whole. I'm the first successor of the Lon clan. Oh, so you're a big, young master. Chu Yang laughed. He purposely used the word big a few times. This made Lon Ruashin feel as if he had eaten a fly. Minister Chu, please take a seat. Lon Xinhua smiled amiably and offered a seat. Chu Yang didn't stand on ceremony at all. Although he said that he didn't dare to accept it, he didn't dare to. Instead, he sat down on the highest seat without standing on ceremony. Everyone, please take a seat. Don't stand on ceremony with me. Chu Yang smiled and offered his seat to the others. Everyone was speechless. Who's treating? Who's treating? Why are you so generous? I'm really sorry. Brother Lon is treating. I should have come earlier, but at the last minute. Minister Chu had the spirit of not giving up until he discussed people to death. He recounted his experience with diarrhea again. The 5 Lon clan experts were dizzy from listening. They hadn't eaten yet, but they were already full. Minister Chu. Lon Rua stood up with a serious expression. He actually bowed. He said, Little brother knows that our previous invitation has made Minister Chu uncomfortable. I'm here to express my deepest apologies to Minister Chu. I hope that Minister Chu can understand. Minister is deep in the palace, and we really don't have a chance. If we force our way in or sneak in, the misunderstanding will be even bigger. Please be magnanimous and forgive us. Lon Rua was an extremely intelligent person. Chu Yang's performance was very forceful. He gained the upper hand by a show of strength right from the start. He didn't hesitate to belittle himself just to vent his anger. He basically expressed Chu Yang's attitude. I'd rather die in glory than live in dishonor. It was very clear and obvious. At this moment, if he didn't lower his head, there was no way to continue the conversation. He could imagine that when the dishes were served later, Chu Yang would still talk about his experience with diarrhea and there wouldn't be any progress in the conversation. Not to mention any cooperation. Admit defeat? What I want is for you to admit defeat. If you don't admit defeat, I don't know what to do next. Chu Yang looked at Lon Rua with some surprise on his face. He slowly smiled and said, Since Brother Lon has said so, then I won't say any more. Actually, he was moved. It seemed that the Lon clan didn't have any ability to transmit any information when the heavenly passageway was sealed. In that case, other clans couldn't do it either. Therefore, they probably didn't know that hundreds of Lon clan experts were wiped out in Tianji City. In other words, now, no matter from which aspect, he was the only one who knew the inside story. He had the complete initiative. In that case, weren't these people waiting to be slaughtered by him? The smile on King of Helchu's face instantly became warm and friendly. Since he had spoken, the atmosphere instantly became harmonious. Everyone chatted and laughed, talking about interesting things in the martial world. From time to time, they would laugh knowingly. Not long after, the dishes were served. The Lon clan eagerly urged Chu Yang to drink. Chu Yang didn't reject anyone. There were only 5 dishes, but the atmosphere was already in full swing. Everyone looked as if they regretted not having met earlier. The Lan clan realized that as long as Chuyang didn't mean to discuss people, he was actually a very interesting guy. Of course, as they talked, the topic gradually changed. One doesn't visit a temple without a cause. Minister Chu must know why we're here. Lan Ruo smiled warmly and filled Chu Yang's cup with wine. Chapter 1206. Chu Yang's words seemed to be a joke, but at the same time, it didn't seem to be. But these few people from the Lan clan were obviously very well-mannered. Upon hearing this, they all burst out laughing, as if Chuyang had said an extremely interesting joke. But everyone's heart skipped a beat. They knew that from the moment Chuyang sat down until now, the initiative of the Lan clan had rapidly slipped into Chuyang's hands, and he was getting more and more comfortable with it. Now that things had come to this, it would probably be difficult for them to reverse the passive situation they were in today. This time, the Lan clan had no choice but to do this. Lan Ruo said sincerely, "Brother Chu, please be understanding." Chuyang knew that he was talking about the Lan clan arranging for people to wait for more than a year in advance. He waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. I still have to thank all of you for protecting Iron Cloud." Lan Ruo chuckled. His eyes flickered slightly. He gulped down a few more cups of wine. Under the influence of alcohol, he said either intentionally or unintentionally, "I really didn't expect that King of Hell Chu, who single-handedly overturned the universe back then, is actually the Tribulation's sword master, whose name shook the world and dominated the destiny of the heavens. This is really a shocking event." Chuyang smiled lightly and didn't say anything, but he knew that the highlight of the day was finally here. Seeing that Chuyang didn't deny it, the few people from the Lan clan's eyes lit up and they exchanged glances. "Looks like it should be him." Lan Xinhua smiled and said, "Ruo is still a little young. Actually, you should have thought about it long ago. Other than the Tribulation's sword master, who else in this world can achieve such a shocking reversal of the situation of two big countries when he's powerless?" "Elder Master is right." Lan Ruo laughed. Chuyang smiled bitterly and went into a daze. Looking at his expression, it seemed that he wanted to say something but held back. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. He picked up his wine cup and took a sip. His gaze was deep in thought. Faintly, there was also some confusion on his face. Lan Ruo, Lan Xinhua, and the others were all stunned. They vaguely felt that something was wrong with Chuyang. Sure enough, the next moment, Chuyang sighed bitterly. Lan Ruo's eyes flashed and he laughed. "Brother Chu, one must enjoy life to the fullest. Why are you sighing?" Chuyang smiled and said with some self-mockery, "Tribulation Sword Master? Ha! What a great reputation." Sigh. Lan Ruo, Lan Xinhua, and the others exchanged glances, their hearts thumping wildly. Chuyang stretched out his right hand, and a clang sound was heard. A sword. It appeared in his hand just like that. The sword light was awe-inspiring and brilliant, just like the Sword Emperor. Sovereign's Descent. Calamity Sword. The five of them cried out in their hearts. Their eyes were burning as they looked at the sword. Their gazes were filled with fervor and reverence. Chuyang's identity as the Sword Master. He could finally confirm it. This year's worth of preparations had finally not been in vain. At this moment, all five of them had the same thought. No one noticed that the moment the Calamity Sword appeared, a colorless and odorless mist melted into the dishes on the table. The fog had completely dissipated. Chuyang let out a long sigh. With a flip of his hand, he put away the Sword of Calamity, looking desolate. He said, "It's true that this thing is a treasure. Since none of you are outsiders, and you know who I am, I won't hide anything from you. Haha. However, what you don't know is the identity of the master of Calamity Sword. It's really the biggest trap in all of history." "The biggest trap in all of history?" Lan Ruo and the others were stunned. "That's right." Chuyang drank a cup of wine and said bleakly, "It's true that the Calamity Sword can rule the world. However, without power, even with the Calamity Sword, what is it? What use is it? I only found out after I got the Calamity Sword. There is also a backlash. Backlash? Lan Rua and the others were shocked. There was a backlash from the Calamity Sword? This was the first time they had heard of it. It was indeed mysterious. That's right. The Calamity Sword has a mission. Once it recognizes its master, it starts immediately. If it can't complete it, its soul will dissipate and it will never be able to reincarnate. Chu Yang's expression was solemn. It's like a whip, lashing the sword master forward. However, to complete the mission, one has to unify the heavens. And to unify the heavens, one has to face the big clans. Haha, that's practically impossible. Lan Rua comforted him sincerely. There will always be a way. It's difficult. Chu Yang let out a bitter laugh. The 5 of them felt as if their hearts were on fire. Difficult? It's precisely because you think it's difficult that we can do things easily. There's nothing difficult in this world. As long as you put your heart into it, there's nothing you can't do. Lan Rua comforted him. Brother Chu, there's no need to be anxious. You will succeed. How difficult? Chu Yang only shook his head. Brother Chu, this. Lan Rua felt that the time was about right. He decided to go straight to the point. Brother Chu, we can work together. He looked at Chu Yang's face. And Brother Chu should also be able to guess that the reason why we have been planning for so long in the lower 3 heavens is to work together with Brother Chu. This is the only reason. Chu Yang sighed. Of course I know. It's just that this matter is extremely dangerous. Even if the Lan clan helps me, the final outcome is very likely to implicate your entire clan. Brother Lan, you have to be careful about this matter. Lan Rua smiled confidently and said, Brother Chu, you don't have to worry about this. How can one who wants to achieve great things not have any sacrifices? He paused for a moment and asked somewhat anxiously, But how many brothers does the Lord Sword Master already have? Chu Yang revealed a warm smile and said, At the moment, there are already 7. There were still 2 places left. Lan Rua was elated. At the same time, he was also scared. So fast! Ever since the appearance of the heavenly phenomenon Tribulation Swordmaster. It had only been 2 years, and there were already 7 tribulations. If he was slower by a step, then he wouldn't even be able to catch up to the heat. The eyes of Lan Xinhua and the others also lit up at the same time. There was really hope for the Lan clan. Lan Rua wanted to suppress the excitement in his heart, but he couldn't hold it in any more. He raised his cup and said, If Brother Chu doesn't mind, I am willing to follow you and accompany you to create great things together. Chu Yang pondered and didn't speak for a long time. Everyone didn't rush him and just waited quietly. However, everyone held their breaths. Chu Yang's reaction was very normal. Everyone was very assured. On the contrary, if Chu Yang agreed without hesitation, everyone would be worried. Tribulation. How could it be decided so easily? After a long while, Chu Yang smiled awkwardly and said, Brother Lan has really given me a difficult problem. The few brothers in the past all got to know each other unintentionally, and then went through trials and tribulations together for a long time before they acknowledged each other. Brother Lan is really the first to directly bring it up like this. Chu Yang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Lan Rua also smiled bitterly and said, I don't have a choice either. Brother Chu should understand my difficulties. Chu Yang nodded. Of course I understand. But this matter, can you let me think about it for a while? Anyway, we can't go up now. Let's just play around in the lower 3 heavens and make a decision after a period of time. How about that? Lan Rua was overjoyed. That would be the best. He knew that since Chu Yang had said so, he basically wouldn't reject him. The following period of time would just be a test for him, and it would depend on his performance. Lan Xinhua and the others were also relieved at once. Speaking of social performance, how could Lan Rua, as the #1 Duke of the Lan clan, be bad? After such a long time, If he still couldn't get Chu Yang's approval after deliberately trying to befriend him, then Lan Ruo should really buy a piece of tofu and kill himself. The atmosphere that followed was really lively. Everyone shook their cups and ate and drank to their heart's content. Their choice of words also seemed a lot more intimate. Lan Ruo's performance was definitely praiseworthy. He didn't appear to be very eager or fawning. Instead, he was very sincere. Compared to earlier, there was obviously more closeness. However, he gave others a kind of feeling. I am me, I am one of a kind. This kind of feeling was the most pleasing to the eye. Lan Ruo naturally had his own plans. Looking at the current situation, I naturally have the confidence to become one of the tribulations. However, there are also big and small tribulations. How should I raise my status and strive to become one of the top 3, or rather, become the leader of the tribulations that way? In the future, I will be in existence like the Yi clan in the upper 3 heavens. As for the other clans, my Lan clan is such a powerful force. When we unify the upper 3 heavens, our foundation will also be 100 times stronger than those newly established clans. By then, where will there be any big clans? I'll just swallow up all those clans directly during the meal. Chu Yang's gaze intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Lan Ruo's neck a few times before he looked away. Everyone only thought that he was sizing up Lan Ruo and instead looked forward to it. This was even more so for Lan Ruo himself. Every time Chu Yang's gaze swept over him, he would always act as if nothing had happened and talk cheerfully. He appeared to be brilliant, knowledgeable, elegant, and charming. In the depths of Chu Yang's eyes, a hint of invisible heartache flashed past. He smiled and said, "Big clans are very powerful indeed." One could understand the meaning of a song. The moment he said this, Lan Ruo instantly realized that the real test had come. Chu Yang was clearly probing him to see how much he understood about the big clans. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you be victorious in every battle. Big brother is right. Lan Ruo changed his words very naturally. He smiled and said, "Big clans, every clan has 10,000 years of foundation. They are really not to be trifled with." Chu Yang listened with great interest. Oh! To Chu Yang, this was the first time that a core member of a big clan had introduced the clan's strength in detail without any reservations. Chu Yang listened especially attentively. Lan Ruo perked up. He said, "Let's take our Lan clan as an example." As he spoke, he started to introduce his clan eloquently, including the number of supreme martial artists, their cultivation levels, how much wealth, how much manpower, how many people could be of great use, how many people were both intelligent and brave, who was the most important person, and so on and so forth. He revealed everything, big and small. Chapter 1207. Lan Ruo really didn't dare to lie at all, nor did he dare to exaggerate at all, because he knew that every word he said now would be verified in the future. If Chu Yang felt that he had said something fake, by then the consequences would definitely be extremely severe. Chu Yang sat up straight and listened attentively. His mind kept on memorizing. These were all the most important information when he returned to the upper 3 heavens in the future. After all, an opportunity like today to be so open and honest was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, even for himself. Such a rare opportunity. He definitely had to cherish it. And Chu Yang realized that this Lan Ruo was really a talent. The Lan clan, big and small forces, from top to bottom, so many people and so many things, were actually introduced one by him in an orderly manner. And it gave off a clear and orderly feeling. The most amazing thing was that he even interspersed some interesting stories of his seniors, so that the listeners wouldn't be bored or distracted. They could also naturally deepen their impressions of some of the names of his seniors. Step by step, what a talent. Among the big clans, our Lan clan isn't considered strong. Brother Chu, you need to pay attention to this. This time, Lan Ruo was really speaking from the bottom of his heart. Our Lan clan should at most be ranked 7th. Ranked first is the Yi clan. From what I know, Lan Rua started to talk nonstop about the other big clans. One could tell that the Lan clan had also put in a lot of effort in this aspect. He was very familiar with each and every name. Then it was the Shao clan, the Qin clan, the Zhuge clan, the Li clan, and so on. Lan Rua was very eloquent. He moistened his throat with wine and talked nonstop. The rest of the people were listening quietly. The four supreme martial artists of the Lan clan had smiles on their faces as they looked at Lan Rua somewhat comforted. At this moment, Lan Rua was an examinee taking the college entrance examination, and the four supreme martial artists of the Lan clan were accompanying him. They were the parents who were accompanying their children to the exam. Everyone was equally excited and gratified. How could they be impatient? When they encountered some problems that they couldn't explain clearly, they were even extremely anxious. They wished that they could treat him with their bodies. But everyone knew that that wouldn't do. That would make Chu Yang look down on Lan Rua completely. The tribulation, sword master's observation of the tribulation. At the thought of this, the four supreme martial artists couldn't help but feel that their eyes were about to brim with tears. In conclusion, big brother, little brother against big family clans. In my heart, I have a ranking. Lan Rua smiled modestly. Go ahead, Chu Yang praised. Well, no matter which aspect you look at it from. The Yi clan strength was without a doubt the number one clan. The second was the Shao clan. The fourth is the Li clan. The fifth is the Ling clan. As for the Lan clan and the Qin clan, they are ranked seventh. This is really a tie. The eighth is the Shi clan, and the ninth is the Zhuge clan. Lan Rua reminded him, although the Zhuge clan is ranked first, the Zhuge clan is not the strongest clan. However, the Zhuge clan was ranked based on their martial prowess. If they were to be ranked based on their intelligence, the Zhuge clan would undoubtedly be number one. Furthermore, the Zhuge family has the mysterious ability to detect the secrets of the heavens. They should not be underestimated. Chu Yang nodded slowly. Regarding Lan Rua's ranking, Chu Yang had a coincidental feeling. What's more, it was basically the same as Yu Lingshue's assessment of the big clans. Of course, just 5,000 years ago, the Dharma Supreme gathered the leaders of the big clans. He instructed them to cultivate a secret force to go against the tribulation sword master. Hundreds of years ago, the Dharma Supreme gathered them again for this matter and made arrangements again. This is the biggest secret. Therefore, each big clan still has two secret teams or one team. After all, this team is the biggest secret of each clan. Outsiders, even the direct descendants of the clan, probably don't know much about it. Lan Rua said, as for the Lan clan, the Elder Master only told me about it before we came to the lower 3 heavens this time. Well, in this case, the big clans should have more than 1,000 supreme martial artists on the surface. If we add the secret force, it should be more than 2,000? Chu Yang frowned and asked. More than that. This number should be doubled. Lan Rua said resolutely. At the very least, the secret force of the Lan clan has 370 supreme martial artists. Although their levels are not high, there is no doubt that they are supreme martial artists. Those below the level of supreme martial artist are not qualified to enter the secret force at all. This is the real trump card of each big clan. Lan Rua said solemnly. Then it's close to 5,000. Chu Yang took a deep breath of cold air. Zi Xieching had killed 700 supreme martial artists at one go in the battle at Mount Qingyun. Chu Yang had thought that the big clans had already suffered great losses. He didn't expect the secret force of these big clans to be so shocking. In that case, if I want to complete the mission of the Tribulation Sword, I need to face 5,000 supreme martial artists. Chu Yang took a deep breath, his face somewhat pale. No, big brother, not you, but us. Lan Rua smiled. I swear to follow big brother to death. So the Lan clan is of course the same. Excluding the 500 supreme martial artists in our clan, we only need to face 4,500. Moreover, if we are not careful, Our 500 people can at least kill 1,000 of the other party, or even 1,500 of them. This is a conservative estimate. Lan Rua smiled conceitedly. We can't underestimate the enemy. Chu Yang took a deep breath and lamented internally. What a pity. If you had said this before I became sworn enemies with you, I would definitely have made use of it. By then, it wouldn't be as simple as killing 1,000 of them. But now, as long as the heavenly passage opens, you will know everything immediately. By then, even if you kill me 10,000 times, you will still find it too little besides, other than the 370 supreme martial artists in your clan. There are only slightly more than 100 supreme martial artists left. But at Mount Qingyun, 70 of the 150 supreme martial artists have already been eliminated, little brother. Your information is inaccurate. The enemy is too strong. Chu Yang's expression was grave. Very strong indeed. Lan Rua also took a deep breath. Our path won't be easy. Chu Yang smiled. It's still not too late for you to turn back now. Does Big Brother see me as a fickle villain? Lan Rua put on a displeased look. As long as I follow Big Brother, no matter how dangerous it is, we will walk down the path together. Chu Yang looked at Lan Rua and sighed. You must be prepared. Many people will die. Lan Rua raised his head and said dispassionately, I'd rather die than regret. Good. What a good, rather die than regret. Chu Yang shouted, Come, 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 let's have a toast. Big Brother, please. The two of them raised their wine cups, stood up, raised their necks, and drank the wine in one gulp. Then the two of them faced each other and laughed loudly, full of the feeling of knowing each other. The 4 supreme martial artists present all had a feeling of hot tears in their eyes. Finally, I passed the exam. Chu Yang was smiling on the surface, but he was sighing and feeling pity in his heart. In the whole world, no one knew better than him what a huge mistake the Lan clan had made. What a huge opportunity they had missed. The Lan clan was the only clan in the whole heavenly layer that could be 100% sure of surviving. The Lan clan was really too close to the Tribulation Sword Master. The teacher of the Tribulation Sword Master's mother was Lan Meixian of the Lan clan. The teacher of the Tribulation Sword Master's wife was Lan Meixian of the Lan clan. The two main forces of the Tribulation Sword Master now, Yulingxue and Fengyuro, had a close relationship with the Lan clan for thousands of years. Even if the Lan clan didn't do anything and just waited, Chu Yang wouldn't do anything to them. Even if they did, as long as they didn't go overboard, Chu Yang would tolerate it. Even if he didn't do it for the sake of the monk, he had to do it for the sake of the Buddha. He couldn't get past his mother and wife. But now, there was no turning back, no turning back. The Lan clan first used despicable means to destroy the emotional ties with Yulingxue and Fengyuro, completely breaking the relationship between both parties. The pursuit after Tianji City made the Moon Breeze couple hate the Lan clan to the core. In Tianji City, they even used all kinds of despicable means to plot against Chu Yang, making use of Chu Yang and becoming enemies with him. And that Lan Changa actually used Wu Qianqian, who was in love with Chu Yang, to set a trap for him. This was even more intolerable to Chu Yang. They even secretly plotted against the Tribulation Sword Master, with the Lan clan participating in the whole process and guarding it strictly. Of course, the identity of the Tribulation Sword Master had never appeared in the upper 3 heavens, so the Lan clan's reaction could be said to be an act. But they didn't expect that Chu Yang, whom they had been plotting against and making use of in Tianji City, was the Tribulation Sword Master. Now they knew that Lan Meixian had betrayed Tai Butian and sent people to wait for him in the lower 3 heavens. If they really wanted to be on good terms, only Lan Rua alone would be enough. That way, although dangerous, would show more sincerity. But why did Lan Rua come with 4 supreme martial artists? He was like a louse on a bald man's head. It was obvious that if the cooperation failed, he would completely destroy the Sword Master of Calamity Sword. Kill him. If the Lan clan didn't have such an idea, even a fool wouldn't believe it. Step by step, the Lan clan could be said to have made one wishful thinking after another. However, what made people vomit blood the most was that no matter which plan it was, it would all end up with nothing, pushing them closer and closer to their own destruction. They were also getting further and further away from Chu Yang, the Tribulation Sword Master. There was another reason: Shadow. Chu Yang thought highly of Shadow, who had protected Tai Butian back then. Although the two of them were from the Lan clan, they were loyal to Tai Butian and treated Tai Butian as their own. They had unlimited kinship. If Tai Butian had ever felt kinship from anyone in her life, it would undoubtedly be them. Chu Yang had always admired the two of them, but this time they went missing. Chu Yang asked Tai Butian, but Tai Butian didn't know either. And the time when they went missing was when Lan Ruo and the others had just come to the lower three heavens. When they met just now, Chu Yang could sense that there were two pieces of jade hanging on Lan Ruo's neck. They were the treasures of heaven and earth, the mysterious Yang jade. That was why he looked at Lan Ruo's neck several times. Every time he looked, his heart ached. Chapter 1208. Mysterious Yang Jade, one of the world's most miraculous medicines. Mysterious Yang Jade Essence. Since ancient times, only Chu Yang had the mysterious Yang Jade Essence. Only a few people in the entire world possessed mysterious Yang Jade. Moreover, Chu Yang was the one who had given them away. When he first got the mysterious Yang Jade Essence, Chu Yang had given one to each of the two shadows. The one that he had given to Tai Butian was still hanging around his neck. Then, whose was the one hanging around Lan Ruo's neck? Where did Shadow go? Shadow knew that he had given Tai Butian the heavy elixir, but Lan Ruo only found out after meeting him. This meant that Shadow knew but didn't say anything. But Shadow's jade was with Lan Ruo. Where did the two of them go? This was almost an obvious matter. Chu Yang immediately figured it out. After Lan Ruo came down, the first thing he did was to question the two shadows and get to the bottom of it. But the two shadows refused to say anything, and in the end, they were killed by Lan Ruo. And the mysterious Yang jade naturally ended up in Lan Ruo's hands. Otherwise, Shadow would never have left him. The mysterious Yang jade was of vital importance to the two of them. It was even more useful for regulating their bodies. How could he give away such a miraculous treasure? Chu Yang wished he could kill Lan Ruo with one slap right now. What interest did he have in cooperating with him? All these things directly announced one thing. No matter how hard the Lan clan worked, no matter how much they tried to curry favor with him, the Lan clan was already sentenced to death by Chu Yang. There would be no change. The Lan clan had unintentionally built a good foundation to get closer to the Tribulation Sword Master and continue to prosper for another 10,000 years. But they had also intentionally destroyed all these. How could this not be called fate playing tricks on them? If the Lan clan knew about this, there would definitely be a lot of people who would vomit blood and die from regret. This meal went on until late at night. Chu Yang benefited a lot from it, against the power of the big clans. For the first time, he had a direct understanding. This trip was not in vain. Until the music was about to end. Only then did Chu Yang pick his teeth and ask, "How many people came down with you this time?" 14, including me. 15 people. Lan Ruo laughed bitterly. "But big brother, you're really fast. Out of the 4 people in the palace, you've already killed 3. Ah." Chu Yang was shocked. "I killed those 3 people. Are they all your men?" He stomped his foot and sighed. "Ayaya, I saw them sneaking around the palace, and their cultivation was so high, so I killed them. I didn't expect that they would be my own people. This is too embarrassing. I'm fine." Lan Ruo swallowed his broken teeth and blood as he said with a smile, "It's their fortune to be able to die in Big Brother's hands. Big Brother, don't worry about it." "How can I not care?" Chu Yang was displeased. He said guiltily, "Do you want me to kill another one tomorrow? Even if you don't care, I care. This is all our strength." "How about this?" He paused and said, Tomorrow wake everyone up. I'm going to meet everyone. After all, we still need a long time in the lower three heavens. How can we do things if we don't know each other? Lan Ruo thought for a moment. He said straightforwardly, all right, let's do as Big Brother says. With a smile, he said, I'm staying at the old Heavenly Armament Pavilion where Big Brother used to live. If you're free, you can get Feng Chiliang to bring you here. Let's have a good gathering. Chu Yang agreed at once. It settled then. He smiled and said meaningfully, Lan Ruo, we're not idling around in the lower three heavens. Lan Ruo was agitated. Big Brother can just tell me if there's anything. Chu Yang patted him on the shoulder. When everyone is here tomorrow, I'll make specific arrangements. All right. Lan Ruo was overjoyed. He finally got Chu Yang's acknowledgement. What kind of specific arrangements would there be tomorrow? Lan Ruo couldn't help but look forward to it. The current Lan Ruo would never have thought that what Chu Yang meant by, when everyone is here tomorrow, I'll make specific arrangements was to arrange for them to report to hell. Big Brother, where are the other brothers? Lan Ruo couldn't wait to build a good relationship with Chu Yang. Only when he saw the other tribulations would Lan Ruo be sure that his identity was truly confirmed. Chu Yang smiled. They're all in the lower three heavens. Then how did you come down, Big Brother? Lan Ruo was rather perplexed. I came down more than a year ago. During this period of time, I've been in seclusion in a secret place. Chu Yang smiled warmly and said, when you have time and the matters in Iron Cloud Citadel have come to an end, I'll bring you to that place. There, the spiritual energy is so abundant that it's almost materialized. Your cultivation will definitely be able to progress by leaps and bounds. Yes, I'll bring you to hell. There, the spiritual energy must be abundant. As for whether you can progress by leaps and bounds in that place, I really don't care. Thank you, Big Brother. Lan Ruo was overjoyed. What followed was naturally a back and forth drinking to their heart's content. The more they drank, the more they felt that they weren't outsiders. They spoke more freely. Under the influence of alcohol, Lan Ruo also felt that he was no longer an outsider to Chu Yang. He couldn't help but crack a little joke. Leaning close to Chu Yang's ear, he said softly, Big Brother, hee. You've been making love with His Majesty these few days, hasn't it? Ha ha. Murderous intent surged wildly in Chu Yang's heart. He laughed loudly. You're still young. If you say such things again, I'll get angry. Lan Ruo laughed loudly. In Lan Ruo's mind, if he had a woman like this, the pleasure of having the ruler of a country under his crotch and having her at his disposal would be unparalleled. If Chu Yang were in his shoes and someone joked about it like this, it would be like scratching an itch. Putting himself in Chu Yang's shoes, Lan Ruo naturally thought that since they were all men, Chu Yang would definitely be the same as him. He would definitely be extremely pleased with himself. But he would never have thought that Chu Yang could joke about anything. But he would never joke about his own woman in front of outsiders. Chu Yang wouldn't joke about his family in front of outsiders. Parents, brothers, women. Joking about anything. This was Chu Yang's biggest taboo. Lan Ruo's gentle words, which he thought was a way to close the distance between them, and a heart-to-heart conversation between brothers, completely ignited the murderous intent in King of Helchu's heart. That night, no matter who it was, they all went their separate ways happily. Chu Yang rode on his white horse. Under the attentive waving of the 5 people from the Lan clan, they agreed on a time to meet the next day. Then he rode off reluctantly. Behind him were the 5 people from the Lan clan who couldn't conceal their excitement. What do you think? Lan Ruo watched as Chu Yang's white horse disappeared into the dark night and asked solemnly, There shouldn't be any major problems. Lan Xinhua heaved a sigh of relief and said, He obviously still has some reservations, but this also shows how cautious he is. As for what he said tonight, I don't see any problems. I think so too. With his hands behind his back, Lan Ruo said indifferently, If he wants to unify the heavens, he needs help. The current tribulation hasn't matured to the point where he can help him. Therefore, our suggestion today should be an act of sending charcoal in the snow. Yes, that's why Chu Yang didn't mention his dissatisfaction with our invitation earlier on. Lan Chengfeng added. That's right. Lan Ruo was somewhat regretful. I really should have used a different method to ease the tension. From this, we can see that this person's character is also ordinary. He is undoubtedly somewhat rash and irritable, but for now it's already very good. The key lies in his future performance. Lan Xinhua consoled him. He should have something to do in the lower three heavens. When that time comes, you and he can do it alone. We won't participate. If we participate, this will affect his mood and perception too greatly. That's right. That way, he will only think that I'm a young master who only relies on the clan. Lan Ruo muttered, but I, Lan Ruo, am not that kind of person. Besides, it's easier for the two of us to cultivate friendship when we're alone. But in his heart he thought, friendship? How much is friendship worth? Everything will be clear tomorrow. Lan Xinhua was relieved. He smiled and said, Tonight we can finally have a good sleep. I wonder how happy the clan will be when they know about this. A reserved smile appeared on Lan Ruo's face. Tomorrow would be the best start. The foundation of the Lan clan's 10,000 years of foundation would be laid tomorrow. Lan Ruo was filled with an excited sense of accomplishment. Tai Butian sat on a chair, her right hand supporting her cheek as she waited quietly. The little fellow had already obediently returned to his room to sleep. Tai Butian originally thought that the little fellow wouldn't be able to take it, but she didn't expect the little fellow to be so independent. He actually slept so soundly in his own room. Right now, Tai Butian was waiting for Chu Yang's return. She was like an ordinary farmer's daughter, waiting for her husband to return from work. If you and I were just ordinary people, I would definitely spend the rest of my life with you. No matter when, as long as you returned home, you would see someone waiting for you. Tai Butian was lost in her thoughts, her face flushed red. Before this, she really didn't expect that there would be a day when she, the ruler of a generation, would willingly remove her disguise, change into red makeup, and wait wholeheartedly for someone's return. Such a day was something that she didn't even dare to dream of. Now that Chu Yang was here, everything became a reality. Chu Yang, little Tian Tian likes you, Tai Butian muttered to herself in a daze. But the moment the words left her mouth, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to crawl into a hole to hide herself. How mushy! The lights on the table flickered, illuminating the room in red. For some reason, Tai Butian didn't touch any of the things that Chu Yang had set up last night. Including the carpet, red candles, tassels, and so on. Tai Butian allowed her bedroom to remain as it was, without any changes. Her new home, her own happiness. She hoped that she could keep it for a longer time. Chapter 1209. It was already late at night, and that guy still hadn't come. Tai Butian was a little frustrated. She opened some memorials and prepared to reply to them, giving herself something to do. But she just couldn't calm herself down. That bastard had disappeared without saying a word in the afternoon. Where had he gone to fool around? She was waiting for him here, but if he really came, what was he going to do? Thinking of this, His Majesty's pretty face blushed with embarrassment. With a creak, the door opened. A figure flashed into the room. You're back. Tai Butian was in the midst of replying to memorials. She held the brush, but didn't write for a long time. But the moment Chu Yang opened the door and entered, there was an immediate effect. She didn't hold the brush properly and tapped it hard on the memorials. Why aren't you asleep at this late hour? Chu Yang was a little puzzled. Then he understood. Are you waiting for me? Bah, Tai Butian retorted. I'm not waiting for you. I'm dealing with memorials. Yes. Dealing with memorials. Good things. Chu Yang chuckled and walked over. As he approached, Tai Butian felt uncomfortable all over, as if she had gone soft for some reason. Your Majesty, it's late. Don't be so busy. Chu Yang hugged her slender waist from behind. His lips moved close to her small, sparkling ear. He gently sucked on her earlobe and nimbly used the tip of his tongue. Let me serve your Majesty in bed, okay? Who wants you to serve me? Tai Butian resisted weakly, but the next moment there was already a soft exclamation. That pair of big, warm hands. They had already reached into her waist, one in each hand, holding the peaks in front of her chest and kneading them gently. Tai Butian went limp all over at once. Don't mess around. Aye. I'll deal with the memorials first. You can deal with them. I won't hinder you from doing your work, Chu Yang said sanctimoniously, but his 10 fingers were nimbly moving around. He was fondling her perky buttocks. Occasionally, he would pick up the 2 cherries and gently rub them a few times. The creases in front of Tai Butian's royal robe were very obvious. One could clearly see a pair of hands mischievously messing around inside. Tai Butian supported herself weakly on the table with both hands to prevent herself from collapsing. His voice trembled as he said, You're causing trouble like this. Aye, how am I going to handle official business? Chu Yang was playing with the 2 little white rabbits. He was addicted to them, but he couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. Oh, then I won't mess around anymore. As he spoke, he actually pulled his hand out. Tai Butian heaved a sigh of relief, though she still felt a little disappointed. She said, You first, ugh. Before she could finish her sentence, she let out another soft exclamation. That was because Chu Yang wasn't fooling around here. Instead, he had gone somewhere else to fool around. His 2 hands slid down from her waist to her soft buttocks. He gently caressed them and followed the streamline to her thighs. Biting her ear, he whispered, Can I fool around here? Panting heavily, Tai Butian clamped her legs tightly together to stop those hands from moving around. Her voice trembled as she said, No. Hurry up and pull them out. I want to pull it out, but you are clamping it so tightly. How can I pull it out? Chu Yang pretended to pull his hand out. Tai Butian hurriedly let go of her legs and said angrily, Hurry up. There was a startled exclamation. Chu Yang had taken advantage of the moment when her legs were separated, and instead of retreating, his hand slipped inside. It was right at the sensitive area. No, I really can't. The Emperor was so embarrassed that she almost died. She subconsciously clamped down hard. You can't do this, and you can't do that. What exactly should I do? Chu Yang seemed to be angry. He suddenly pulled his hand out. Tai Butian thought that he was angry and couldn't help but panic a little. She explained, Chu Yang, I'm not. Chu Yang was indeed angry. He reached out and pulled the Emperor over. He pressed his hand on his leg. With a tearing sound, he tore open the Emperor's robe and lifted it up. Then he raised his right hand and slapped the Emperor's delicate buttocks. Although he didn't use much force, it still made Tai Butian cry out in embarrassment. She didn't expect that this bastard would actually dare to take off her pants and hit her buttocks. A strong sense of embarrassment and inexplicable feeling suddenly rose in her. It was as if she had been conquered by her own man. Then, Chu Yang's hand stopped there. He obviously enjoyed it very much, but he had to pretend to be angry. Do you think that you can reject your own husband's reasonable request just because you're the Emperor? I didn't. Tai Butian hurriedly defended herself. Humph, Minister Chu snorted. But you're clearly saying no. Which wife in the world is like you? You're too disobedient. If you don't believe me, you can go out and ask. Other women would never reject their husband's requests, especially in this aspect. Chu Yang was full of nonsense. But how could Tai Butian have the nerve to go out and ask about this? Wouldn't that be too embarrassing? Chu Yang continued to complain. As the Emperor, don't you know about this? It's like this in the world. Otherwise, why would they say that wives treat their husbands like gods? Especially when it comes to bed matters, it's all the more absolutely cooperative. Whatever the man says, it's done. Whatever position he says, it's done. Whenever he says he wants, it's done. This concerns a man's great self-esteem, his greatest dignity. Therefore, I can't be careless at all. Now that all ordinary men in the world are so dignified, how can I, as the emperor's man, be inferior to other men? This really hurts my self-esteem. Chu Yang said very solemnly and seriously. Tai Butian was in a daze. She couldn't help but feel a little apologetic. She said apologetically, "I'm sorry." "Then, do you still dare to do it in the future?" asked Chu Yang. I don't dare to any more." Tai Butian turned over and swallowed her anger. "In the future, I'll listen to you. I'll be like other women. You can do whatever you want." After she finished speaking, she lowered her head in embarrassment. "Really?" The king of Hell Chu's eyes lit up. "Really?" The emperor's voice was shy, but she was very sure. Chu Yang was just using this as a pretext to make a fuss. He was just playing around and didn't expect to get such an unexpected reward. He was really overjoyed. He carried her up, and the next moment, they were already on the big bed. "Let's try other positions today, like this," after the deed was done. Tai Butian's face was flushed. She leaned against Chu Yang's chest and panted heavily. Her entire body had turned into a puddle of mud. Her entire body. She didn't even want to move her little finger. She was really scared. This guy actually still looked like he wasn't done yet. He actually wanted to continue. If he really went on like this, today's morning court session would be delayed again. Tai Butian looked out the window and couldn't help but moan. "What morning court session tomorrow? It's already time. But I'm like this. How am I going to attend the morning court session?" Just as she was thinking about it, she felt the pair of hands hugging her becoming mischievous again. Below her body, something also started to shake its head. Tai Butian was just about to let out a cry of surprise when Chu Yang covered her mouth with his. No. Don't sigh. I'm really the most worthless man in the world." All right. That's a good girl." Next, it was spring in the room again. Only the emperor sighed in her heart. This guy really got me into trouble. The emperor didn't attend the morning court session again. But this time, the officials received the news early. But everyone was still a little worried. Many people dispersed, but there were also a few who paced back and forth with furrowed brows. They didn't leave even when the sun was high up in the sky. Footsteps sounded in the distance. The Minister of Internal Affairs, Feng Qiliang, came with a few little eunuchs. They came over with nothing to do. "Minister Feng." An official came forward to stop them. He asked somewhat worriedly, "Minister Feng, His Majesty hasn't attended the morning court session for 2 consecutive days. Could something big have happened?" Feng Qiliang chuckled and shook his head. "It's nothing big." After saying that, he was about to leave. The official stopped him again. "What exactly happened?" Seeing that he couldn't leave, Minister Feng looked around mysteriously. He leaned close to the official's ear and said in a low voice, "Lord Lu, His Majesty has taken in a new noble consort these 2 days." "Noble consort? Oh, I understand. A relieved smile finally appeared on Lord Lu's face. He nodded repeatedly, his old face wrinkled from smiling. "His Majesty is really suffering. Ever since the Empress passed away, he hasn't. Haha, this is a good thing. Haha, rest assured." The few officials strode away and finally left with peace of mind. Chu Yang, who was on his way to find Feng Qiliang, hid in the dark. He almost fainted from holding his breath. "Noble consort?" Minister Chu's face darkened immediately. He walked out a few steps. "Minister Feng? Qiliang." Feng Qiliang was startled. He nodded and bowed. You. Hello. I'm not good." Chu Yang said angrily. "I've already become a noble consort." Feng Qiliang opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. God took pity on him. He had just casually said something and swore to God that he had only said this one sentence in the past few days. The person involved actually heard it. Chu Yang snorted a few times and said, "Bring me to the Heavenly Armament Pavilion." Feng Qiliang was shocked. For this matter, he had already walked back and forth dozens of times outside the bedroom early in the morning. This lord had finally come out. He talked as he walked. "Qiliang, how did you become a eunuch? It's rare that your cultivation is so high. Could it be that you know the Yin shrinking technique? How did you escape the strict inspection of the palace?" "No. You don't have to hide it from them. It's a long story. I haven't. Oh, what a pity. I'm used to it." "I heard that you have a total of more than 20 people this time." "So many?" "No, a total of 15 people. So there are 12 more?" "They're still very strong." "In front of you." "I don't dare." After some questioning, Chu Yang confirmed it. Chapter 12:10. At the old site of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, Lan Ruo was lecturing. "When that person comes later, everyone be smart and alert. Don't make any mistakes. Lan Qi, I know that you are on good terms with the three of them. However, the dead can't come back to life. If you delay the clan's important matters because of this mere grudge, no one will be able to bear the consequences for you. Be more respectful, but don't flatter them, understand?" Lan Ruo was only relieved after he repeated the things to take note of and added a few more times. The sound of hooves rang. 2 horses came from afar. Feng Qiliang took the lead and rushed into the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. "Grand Duke, you're here." Lan Ruo perked up and went out to welcome him with a face full of smiles. "Big brother, you're here so early. I'm not used to it." Lan Ruo smiled jokingly. "Yes, I was afraid that all of you would be anxious from waiting." Chu Yang laughed and got off the horse. The two of them walked in side by side affectionately. The 4 supreme martial artists were waiting in the courtyard. When they saw Chu Yang, they all got up and greeted him with smiles and nods. Other than that, there was another person standing at the side of the courtyard who was walking over to greet him. "This is my big brother Chu Yang," Lan Ruo said authoritatively. "In the future, when you see my big brother, it's the same as seeing me. No matter what order or request, you must follow it. You must not slack off at all. Understand?" "We understand." "Okay." Lan Ruo turned and smiled. "Big brother, these are the people. Do you think they're enough? Although there are fewer of them, all of them are experts in the lower 3 heavens. Of course they're enough." Chu Yang smiled satisfactorily. "Let everyone wait in the courtyard for a while. Let's go to the room to discuss some matters and make arrangements." Chu Yang took a few steps forward. As if suddenly remembering something, he said, "Elders, come along too." "Just nice, there are more people. Let's have a good discussion." The 4 supreme martial artists of the Lan clan felt very comfortable at once. This tribulation sword master really knows how to conduct himself. With just one sentence, he made them feel at ease. This was the feeling of being valued. It was something that everyone needed. They reached the room. Lan Ruo sniffed and smiled. "Big brother smells so good. Haha. It smells like girls' cosmetics." Chu Yang smiled helplessly. "Haha, this is unavoidable." Everyone understood and burst into laughter. Lan Ruo eagerly brewed tea for the guests. The fragrance of Chu Yang's body floated in the air along with the fragrance of the tea. It seemed to be getting thicker and thicker. "Big brother, please." Lan Ruo brought over a cup of tea and passed it to Chu Yang. He smiled and said, "Big brother, if there's anything important, let's discuss it together." Haha. Obviously, Grand Duke Lan couldn't wait to get involved in Tribulation's affairs. Chu Yang picked up his teacup and chuckled. He said, "Actually, I just want to ask something. Back then, there were 2 experts from the Lan clan by Butian's side. They're a couple called Ing." He stopped here. Everyone's expression changed. Chu Yang acted as if he hadn't noticed. He smiled and said, "Those two are also very honest and very good. Moreover, they are very loyal. Actually, from that time onwards, if I had known that they were from the Lan clan, I would have admired the Lan clan. Those two people and I are old friends. Back then, we went through thick and thin together and weathered countless storms together." Chu Yang sighed and said deeply, "But this time I didn't see them when I came." The lively atmosphere suddenly quietened down. It was so quiet that it was even a little strange. "Brother Lan, where are those two old friends of mine?" Chu Yang looked at Lan Rua with some urgency and asked, "Can I meet them?" He smiled warmly. "It's just that we've been apart for too long. I really miss them." Lan Rua coughed and said, "Yes, old friends should be met. However, big brother, you also know that there's a huge problem now. The passageway to the heavens has already been sealed and is completely off limits. If big brother wants to meet them, you'll have to wait until the heavens are unsealed." Chu Yang nodded lightly. "That makes sense. Lan Rua, as the young clan master of the Lan clan, you really have a lot of treasures on you. Her. For example, this piece of jade around Brother Lan's neck. It's really a rare treasure." Lan Rua's expression changed. He said, "It's just a piece of mysterious yang jade. If Brother Chu likes it, I'm naturally willing to part with it." Chu Yang smiled. "I really like it a lot." The atmosphere was a little strange. Lan Xinhua hurriedly smiled and said, "Since Lord Sword Master values those two so much, you'll definitely meet them in the future. Our Lan clan is also very honored and doted on." Chu Yang nodded and said, "Among the big clans, the Lan clan is indeed the clan that has the closest relationship with me." Everyone laughed dryly and nodded in agreement. However, they didn't understand and didn't know what this meant. Chu Yang smiled. "My woman, who is the current emperor of Iron Cloud, Tai Butian's teacher, is Lan Meixian from your Lan clan. Perhaps you don't know that my biological mother is also Lan Meixian's direct disciple." Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Lan Rua was flabbergasted. This is true? Of course it's true." Chu Yang smiled. "How can I lie about such things?" Lan Rua shook his head in confusion. "Why haven't I heard of it before?" "Because Lan Meixian doesn't know. My mother also doesn't know that I'm the Tribulation's sword master." Chu Yang explained very patiently. The 5 people from the Lan clan all felt dizzy. Moreover, the Moon Breeze Supreme Martial Artists are the ones who support the Tribulation sword master the most among the law enforcement officers. Similarly, the Moon Breeze Supreme Martial Artist and the Moon Breeze Supreme Martial Artist have a close relationship with the Lan clan. Chu Yang continued, "Also, I don't have many friends, but the 2 shadows have occupied one spot." Chu Yang smiled coldly. "Say, my relationship with the Lan clan is really like broken bones, but still connected by tendons." Lan Rua was completely confused. He said, yes. Chu Yang said, "It's a pity that you've ruined everything." He looked coldly at Lan Rua. "Lan Rua's shadow is dead, right?" Lan Rua's expression changed. He finally realized that something wasn't quite right. "Big brother, I don't understand what you mean." "Actually, what I mean is very simple." Chu Yang smiled coldly. "A life for a life and a debt for a debt." Lan Rua looked at him in disbelief. "You want to kill me?" Chu Yang said, "Why can I?" Lan Rua's eyes widened further and further. "You want to kill the successor of a big clan for the sake of 2 insignificant ants? And one who wants to fight for power with you? You won't fight for power with me. They're not ants either. They're my friends," Chu Yang said deeply. The scene of the 2 figures protecting Tai Butian and himself in the midst of the 10,000 troops suddenly appeared before his eyes. He felt a sharp pain in his heart. "Those 2 are good-for-nothings. Do you know that?" Lan Rua growled. "They were born in the Lan clan in the upper 3 heavens. Be it in terms of resources or environment, they were the best. but they actually only broke through to the king level when they were in their 40s. Too many people in the same batch as them had already become martial emperors or even monarchs, but they were only first-grade martial kings. Such good-for-nothings were chased out by the Lan clan. You actually want to kill me for such good-for-nothings? Chu Yang sneered. There's no use saying all this. I'm only asking you, did you kill them? Did you snatch their mysterious young jade? Lan Rua said furiously, Yes, I killed them. So what? As members of the Lan clan. How dare they hide information from me? A pair of ingrates who don't know anything. Why should I feel pity for killing them? Chu Yang was silent for a moment. They can rest in peace today. As he spoke, he looked up. Because I'm going to avenge them. My friends can't die in vain. Chu Yang sighed. Actually, I'm not afraid to tell you. In the upper 3 heavens, in the Battle of the Medicine Banquet, the 10 supreme martial artists of the Lan clan were all killed, including the second grandmaster of the Lan clan, Lan Mushiwe. Chu Yang said heavily, My men did it. These few words were earth-shattering. The 5 people of the Lan clan swayed dizzily at the same time. The second grandmaster was dead? How could that be? Wait a minute. He said the upper 3 heavens? Medicine Banquet? Tianji City? How did he get up there? How did he get down? Could it be, outside Tianji City, Lan Qingtian led more than 20 supreme martial artists from the Lan clan, but they were also wiped out by my men. Chu Yang picked up his teacup and took a sip of water. Lan Rua, you won't be able to follow me. Lan Rua was dumbstruck. Is what you said true? Lan Xinhua's body swayed a little as he asked Chu Yang. There's no need for me to lie to you. Chu Yang smiled warmly. All the more there's no need for me to lie to you now. If you don't believe me, I can prove it for you again. How do you prove it? Lan Xinhua's eyes looked as if they were about to spit fire. Prove it like this. Chu Yang laughed and stood up. With a flash of sword light, the calamity sword was unsheathed. With a swoosh, a bright light shone, and the heads of the 2 first-grade supreme martial artists flew into the air, just like that. The 2 supreme martial artists also wanted to dodge, but just as they were about to raise their cultivation, they suddenly realized that their dantian was empty. There wasn't even the slightest bit of internal energy left. Before they could panic, the sword light had already circled around their necks. Their heads flew into the air, their faces filled with grief, despair, and panic. With 2 loud thuds, the 2 heads fell onto the ground. Chu Yang smiled lightly. Do you believe me now? Lan Rua was furious. He was about to jump up when he realized that his dantian was also empty. The cultivation that he had always been proud of had disappeared without him knowing when or why. Lan Qingfeng's expression changed drastically. His cultivation had also disappeared. Thankfully, his cultivation was deep and profound. Currently, he still managed to retain less than 10% of his cultivation, and this 10% was still rapidly disappearing. Lan Xinhua let out a long sigh. Instead, he sat down calmly and said, I only want to know how we were poisoned. A second-grade supreme martial artist only had less than 30% of his cultivation left. Chapter 1211. Qingyang, do you want to die? Or do you want to live? Chu Yang grinned and looked at General Manager Feng amiably. Feng Qiliang was already scared out of his wits. His mind was in a daze and he was completely confused. Just now, everyone had rushed up, except for him who fell back halfway. His head was dizzy. What was going on? I've brought a person here, and this person has killed all of my accomplices. Even a second-grade supreme martial artist was dead. Until now, General Manager Feng still thought that he was dreaming. Oh my God, if this is really a dream, please let me wake up quickly. Although these people usually look down on me, after all, we are all on the same team. At this moment, when he heard the words, do you want to die or live? Feng Qiliang couldn't help but want to cry. Nonsense. As long as one could live, who would want to die? Chu Yang looked at his expression one by one and understood in his heart. It seems that my guess was right. Come Come, Qingyang, let's talk. Chu Yang pulled Feng Qiliang and walked toward a room at the side. With a few casual swings of the sword, this area was turned upside down. The original main house and courtyard were all turned upside down, burying all the bloodstains and corpses below. Qingyang, I know you don't like this name. Chu Yang gestured for Feng Qiliang to sit opposite him. And I also know that although you are from the Lan clan and have the cultivation of a 4th-grade martial saint, you are not happy, and you are very lonely and very angry. I think the fact that you were born impotent must have troubled you a lot, right? Feng Qiliang was originally in a state of shock. His face was pale, but when he heard that, it suddenly turned red. After struggling for a long time, he said angrily, "If you want to kill me, just kill me. Why do you have to joke about my physical disability?" He became the general manager of the inner court. When he was in that position, everything was very natural, because it was not him after all. Now that he had regained his original identity, he especially couldn't stand such words. "I am not joking with you," Chu Yang said gently, "and it is not just you. Everyone with physical disabilities will attract the contempt of some people who bully the weak and fear the strong, or all superficial people, even insulting. You are only one of them. Although the Lan clan is a big clan, there are many people in the clan. However, there were many such people. Therefore, I can conclude that your days in the Lan clan were not comfortable." Chu Yang said, "That's why I didn't kill you. Besides, I want to talk to you." Feng Qiliang chuckled. "You also know whether I'm living comfortably or not." Although he said that, his eyes involuntarily revealed a trace of sorrow. Chu Yang sighed. "I can imagine." Feng Qiliang's panicked emotions slowly calmed down. He was also an expert. Naturally, he could sense Chu Yang's gaze, tone, and emotions. He really didn't have any intention of mocking him. He couldn't help but slowly calm down. "Fine. Before I die, it's good that I find you, the sword master of Calamity Sword, to pour out my grievances." Feng Qiliang laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "I'm the only one in the world who can openly complain in front of the Calamity Sword Master. I'm proud of it." Chu Yang smiled. "I'm listening." "I wasn't born like this." Feng Qiliang laughed bitterly. "It was when I was 8 years old. At that time, the current clan master, I was his study partner at that time. Sometimes I was mischievous. I was young and insensible. Once, I provoked him and he castrated me. Although I was treated in time, from then on, I was still." Feng Qiliang smiled. "I was still young then and didn't feel anything. However, when I was 13 years old, almost everyone who saw me, especially those of the same age, would laugh at me. This went on until I was in my 20s. It was then that I realized that if you were a man but couldn't be one, that kind of feeling was worse than death, especially when everyone knew that you were a man but not a man. That kind of feeling was really, even being cut into pieces 10,000 times couldn't compare to this kind of feeling." He didn't mention how he was discriminated against or how others insulted him. However, when he said it like this, it gave Chu Yang an extremely repressed feeling. He could feel Feng Qiliang's suffering and helplessness all these years. "I only heard that as long as one cultivates to supreme martial artist grade and surpasses the boundary between immortal and mortal, one will be able to reconstruct his body and regrow his limbs." Feng Qiliang said bitterly, "So I cultivated step by step, only until I reached supreme martial artist grade. By then, I don't necessarily have to prove anything to the world. As for having a bunch of wives and concubines, I don't even want to. I just want to tell myself that I, Feng Qiliang, am also a man. That's enough. However, since things have come to this stage today and my life and death are no longer up to me, then it's up to Lord Sword Master to decide." Feng Qiliang laughed self-mockingly. "To provide Lord Sword Master with something to talk about and also to finish what I want to say. It's enough for me to thank you." Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, "You don't have to die." The Lan clan won't let me off. Feng Chiliang smiled lightly. Lan Rua is already dead and I'm still alive. This is a huge crime. Chu Yang didn't pay attention to him and continued. Besides, your injuries don't necessarily have to reach supreme martial artist grade. As long as you can break through to first grade supreme martial artist and have the ability to absorb the vitality of heaven and earth, I can heal you and let you become a man. Feng Chiliang's whole body suddenly stiffened. He looked at Chu Yang in a daze. Are you serious? Chu Yang nodded seriously. At your level, you should know that there's something in this world called the Spring of Life. You should also know that the Tribulation Sword Master has a heavy pill. As long as I'm still around, I can heal you and let you regain your masculinity as a man. Chu Yang nodded lightly. I think you should trust me, but why do you want to help me? Feng Chiliang asked warily. You and I are enemies. You killed so many supreme martial artists casually. Why do you offer me, a fourth-grade martial saint, such a generous offer? The Tribulation Sword Master's heavy pill together with the Spring of Life could heal his unspeakable injuries. Feng Chiliang had heard about this from the Medicine Valley's high priest, but he had never dreamed of it. The Tribulation Sword Master was like a divine dragon. The Spring of Life had always been a legend and had never appeared before. Now that Chu Yang was standing right in front of him, his heart suddenly became lively. Because you have a grudge against the Lan clan, Chu Yang said lightly. This is the most important reason, and I need an expert to stay in the Iron Cloud Palace to protect my woman. You should know that I can't stay here for long. Feng Chiliang smiled. You trust me so much? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill your woman after you leave? I'm not afraid. Chu Yang smiled lightly. Because I'm the only one in this world who can heal your unspeakable injuries. And this time, even if I don't kill you or help you, you won't be able to live on. If you want to live and fulfill your wish and have the chance to go to the Lan clan in the future, the only way is to cooperate with me. Hearing the words have the chance to go to the Lan clan in the future, Feng Chiliang's eyes suddenly shone with a dazzling light. Lastly, I'll tell you, supreme grade physical body reconstruction refers to your current physical body can be regrown after it's injured, such as a broken limb or a broken arm. However, it doesn't mean that you can recover from the old injuries you suffered when you were young. Think about how to do it. I'll go out and tidy up. Chu Yang walked out as he spoke, leaving Feng Chiliang alone in the room. Although some of it was buried outside, there were still traces. Chu Yang had to clean it up. Another thing was that Ying was already gone. Tai Batian didn't have any expert to protect her at all. An ordinary revered martial artist might be more than enough to deal with people from the lower three heavens. But it was far from enough to deal with the Lan clan. Although the heavens were sealed now, it would open automatically when he obtained the Tribulation Sword Fragment. By then, he might not be able to come down before the Lan clan, because at that time he would still be in the midst of comprehending the heaven and earth phenomenon and wouldn't be able to control himself at all. By the time he came down, it would take at least half a month's time. The Lan clan was located at the southern end, but it would only take about 10 days for someone to come down here. If they came down immediately, they would have at least 5 days more time than Chu Yang. What Chu Yang needed now was to find a reliable person to tide through this period of time. Of course, whether the Lan clan would come or not was still uncertain. Whether they could come down before Chu Yang, no one could say for sure. But Chu Yang didn't dare to take the risk. After all, the person here now was the first successor of the Lan clan. The possibility of someone from the Lan clan coming down immediately was very high. And Feng Chiliang fulfilled this condition of Chu Yang's. By then, if the Lan clan came to check, no matter who it was, in the case that only Feng Chiliang was present, they would have to find Feng Chiliang to understand the situation first. Feng Chiliang could drag on for these 5 days, even if the situation was the worst. With Feng Chiliang's martial saint cultivation, he should still have a lot of confidence to protect Tai Batian and escape. After he finished tidying up, Feng Qiliang also walked out of the room. I promise you, Feng Qiliang said solemnly. Chu Yang stopped. He tilted his head and looked at him for a while. Finally he smiled. Qiliang, you will know that this is a very wise choice. Feng Qiliang blushed, because he could tell that perhaps Chu Yang used to call him Qiliang as a form of teasing, but now it was a joking tone between friends. I really don't like this name. Feng Qiliang said gloomily. I hope you can call me by my full name. Feng Qiliang. I know, Qiliang. Qiliang, I will definitely call you by your full name in the future, Chu Yang said with a smile. Feng Qiliang's face darkened. Chapter 12:12. But Feng Qiliang felt relieved. Chu Yang's joke meant that he really saw him as one of his own, someone he could trust. This made Feng Qiliang, who had never been truly trusted by others and had never had any friends, feel a surge of warmth in his heart. But Chu Yang handed over a purple crystal bottle. Feng Qiliang looked up in shock. This is the spring of life. Chu Yang said, drink a mouthful every half a month to catalyze and strengthen your sense of the vitality in the world. Feng Qiliang was shocked and looked at Chu Yang in a daze. Don't use people you don't trust. Chu Yang smiled warmly. I have to take out something to make you trust me, right? Feng Qiliang's hands trembled. Feng Qiliang knew what Chu Yang meant. He knew that the Tribulation Sword Master could cure his unspeakable problem. The key was the spring of life. And now, Chu Yang had solved the biggest problem. The spring of life was right in front of him. As long as he worked hard and reached the level of supreme martial artist, he would be able to wash away the biggest humiliation in his life. Never before had he reached the end of his Ledowo so quickly. In his heart, he still needed at least 2,500 years to wash away his humiliation and reach the level of second-grade supreme martial artist. But now, compared to 2,500 years, this minute of time had been shortened to an almost negligible length. He took the bottle of Spring of Life with trembling hands. For a moment, he actually had the urge to cry. Don't use people you don't trust. Don't doubt people you use. He completely understood the meaning of Chu Yang's words. They must have brought a lot of purple crystals with them to maintain their cultivation in the lower three heavens. Those are all yours. As soon as possible. Increase your strength. Chu Yang said. Yes. Feng Qiliang's voice was filled with gratitude and obedience. Chu Yang's eyes flashed, and a huge stone in his heart was lifted. Then, with a warm smile, he took out a small wine flask as if he was performing a magic trick. It was only the size of his palm. There's a strange kind of wine in here. Drinking this wine will allow your cultivation to increase overnight. 300 years. Chu Yang smiled mysteriously. With your cultivation, you'll have to drink it twice. 300 years. Feng Qiliang was truly shocked. Yes, it's 300 years. Chu Yang sighed. My woman and child are here. I won't feel at ease if I don't increase your strength as soon as possible. Besides, you can't take heavy pills now. If you were to take it now, it won't be of any use when you reach the martial saint level. That's the only way. Feng Qiliang's whole body trembled. Suddenly, he raised his head to look at Chu Yang and said seriously, You treat me as a state scholar. Although I, Feng Qiliang, am not considered a man now. But he was willing to repay it with his life. Brother Chu, don't worry. As long as I'm still alive, His Majesty's mother will definitely be safe and sound. Thank you very much. Chu Yang patted his shoulder, but you said something wrong. Are you a man or not? It wasn't a matter of whether one had the ability to do so, but rather, it was a matter of responsibility. Look at his integrity and strength of character. In this world, there are many men who have beautiful wives and concubines, but they are indeed despicable and have no moral integrity. Even if such a person marries 10,000 wives, he still can't be called a real man. I hope you can understand. Feng Qiliang's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, his whole face was glowing. Suddenly he felt his heart relax, as if a block was slowly melting away. Actually, you've always been a man. Never changed. Ever since you vowed to climb up to the martial saint level, you've been a real man. Chu Yang looked at him approvingly. Whether one is a man or not cannot be determined by whether he has a woman or not. Besides, I also really want to see the day when you kill your way up to the upper three heavens, avenge your humiliation in the Lan clan, and kill those who hurt you back then. When that time comes, my brothers and I will definitely be at the side cheering for you. Thank you. I think that day will come for me. Feng Qiliang's face was flushed. Chu Yang and Feng Qiliang returned to the palace together. Behind them, the heavenly armament pavilion was still silent. It was as if the fight, just now, didn't leave any traces at all. This place needs to be reorganized and restored to its original state. Chu Yang muttered, After all, this is where my brothers and I started out. Feng Qiliang's eyes flashed and he lowered his head. He secretly decided in his heart that when he returned, he would get people to come over and reorganize the place. Everything would be restored to its original state. You're back. It was noon. Tai Butian was in the imperial study dealing with the official affairs that had been squeezed out these few days. Yes, let me introduce you to someone. Chu Yang smiled and pulled Feng Qiliang over. In the future, this person can be your personal bodyguard. He will replacing. Tai Butian made a sound of acknowledgement, not very surprised. After Feng Qiliang left, Tai Butian stopped what she was doing. There was some sadness in her eyes. You've avenged Ying and the rest? Chu Yang looked at her with some surprise. Tai Butian shouldn't know about this. Why did she suddenly ask this now? I know that they're dead. Tai Butian said quietly. I also know that the person who came in just now was originally an enemy. Chu Yang was silent. He had once greatly admired Tai Butian's intelligence and wisdom. However, ever since he knew that Tai Butian was a woman, this admiration seemed to have changed. Now that he was experiencing it again, he actually felt a sense of novelty and admiration. He had never mentioned Ying's matter because he was afraid that Tai Butian would be sad. It was better to keep her in the dark forever than to bear the pain of losing a loved one. No one told me about this. Tai Butian's eyes were a little red, but she forcibly restrained herself. Back then, more than a year ago, before Ying left, he said to me, if he comes back, you'd better give up the throne and go with him. At that time, I already knew that once they left, I'm afraid they won't come back. The night before Ying left, New Ying said to me, Your Majesty, let me comb your hair again. I knew it. Their lives might be in danger. But I didn't dare to say it. Once I did, they would be worried about leaving. Moreover, I had to wait for an opportunity to avenge them. During this period of time, I was more concerned about Prime Minister Wang. Prime Minister Wang was old and weak, and I was the one who personally poisoned him. That was why I had the chance to visit his residence continuously and observe everyone. I knew. They were in Prime Minister Wang's residence. Since you're here, I wanted to find out about your current cultivation in a few days. If it wasn't enough, I would have chased you away immediately. But since the day before yesterday, your whereabouts started to be strange. I knew that you were up against those people, but I didn't dare to say it. I was afraid that you would be distracted. Tai Butian smiled a little sadly. When men do things, especially things that they don't want women to know, it's best that women don't interrupt or point fingers. It's best to feign ignorance. But I was really worried about you. Otherwise, do you think I would have let you do whatever you want these few days? Tai Butian said the words, do whatever you want. Her face suddenly turned red, and a hint of embarrassment flashed across her eyes. But it was immediately overwhelmed by grief. When you came back today and brought this person back, I knew that you had already avenged them. Tai Butian raised her head, tears slowly welling up in her eyes. She stood up slowly and suddenly bowed to Chu Yang slowly. Chu Yang, thank you. Thank you for avenging them. Tai Butian's voice was a little choked, but she forced herself to control it. This is something that I have been thinking about for a year, wanting to do at all costs but ultimately unable to do. Cold sweat broke out on Chu Yang's back. This girl was actually thinking about avenging herself? Faced with four supreme martial artists and so many martial saints, even if Tai Butian was the emperor, what could she do? Luckily, he had come earlier. Silly girl, is there a need to thank me? Chu Yang sighed and took her into his arms. Don't forget that you are my woman. Your family is my family. It is only right that I avenge them. Tai Butian smiled with tears in her eyes. I have always wanted to build a memorial for them and let them rest in peace. But I was afraid of alerting the enemy. Today, I can finally fulfill my wish. She leaned into Chu Yang's arms and murmured, I miss them so much. Really, Chu Yang, I miss even more the period of time when the four of us traveled together in the mountains of Beyond the Heaven sect. Chu Yang hugged her quietly, his heart suddenly filled with emotions. The past flashed past his mind like smoke and clouds. All of a sudden, a feeling of the world has changed, things have remained the same, but people have changed arose in his heart. Life was like a dream. These people are all dead? Tai Butian asked softly. All dead, other than this one that I have subdued. None of the other 14 are left. Chu Yang replied affirmatively. They are all from the Lan clan, right? Tai Butian's body trembled violently, her eyes revealing a severely hurt expression. Yes. Feeling the fragility of the person in his arms, Chu Yang hugged her even tighter. Tai Butian laughed bitterly. Even with her willpower, she couldn't bear the pain of being hurt like this, because the one who betrayed her this time was her master, the master who had taught her so much. To actually betray her, this kind of mental pain wasn't something that an ordinary person could bear. Thinking back to the time when she was giving birth, her master ran around taking care of her. At that time, perhaps she was really good to her, or perhaps she just wanted to see her take the heavy pill after giving birth and then confirm the heavy pill. Otherwise, although she was very passionate back then, she had only done one thing that she had promised to do: bring Wu Qianqian away. She said that she wanted to introduce a good teacher to Wu Qianqian. Could it be that she also wanted to find a backer for her clan or pull in allies? Thinking of this, Tai Butian felt a bone-piercing chill in her heart. She only felt that her body was even colder. One had to admit that Tai Butian's conjecture was true. The reason why Lan Meixian brought Wu Qianqian to look for a good teacher was to further build a good relationship with the Moon Breeze couple. A little later in the third update, I'll go out for a meal. But there will definitely be a drop and G. To be continued. Chapter 1213. Her. Tai Butian didn't say it out loud. She just laughed and said, for people, their family is still the most important. Lan Meixian betrayed her brother for the sake of her clan and her family. I'm just a little sad. I don't blame her, really. Tai Butian smiled quietly. She leaned against Chu Yang's chest and listened to his strong heartbeat. She thought to herself, there's nothing wrong with that. If Chu Yang and the child are in danger one day, I will also do anything for my family, she thought sadly. Teacher, I don't blame you. We're all women. It's just that you shouldn't have let them kill Shadow. You won't be staying here for long, right? Tai Butian asked softly. Yes, I can only stay for a month or so before I have to leave. This time, I've temporarily opened the passageway. I only have 2 months of travel time. Chu Yang took a deep breath. If you want to come again, I'm afraid you'll have to wait until the passageway is completely opened. Okay. Tai Butian nodded. She broke free from his arms and sat down on the chair. Chu Yang also sat down opposite her. You really want to stay here? Chu Yang asked tentatively. Tai Butian nodded slightly. This is the foundation that we've worked hard for together. It's also the Leduo of my ancestors. In this world, when there's no suitable person to replace me, I want to stay here. She smiled. Chu Yang, if I go with you, what can I do? Chu Yang was suddenly speechless. With Tai Butian's current cultivation, she really could go back with him. She really couldn't be of much help to him. She could only stay in the Chu clan and receive protection. He, on the other hand, would still roam the martial world and complete his own Leduo. If that was the case, what was the difference between Tai Butian staying here and in the Chu clan? Both would be waiting. But to Tai Butian herself, the meaning was very different. I have a Leduo. Tai Butian smiled. I want this world under my rule, to never be separated from one's wife, to never be filled with the flames of war, to never be filled with sorrow and tears, to never be wronged and die, to never be hungry and cold. I want my people to be happy. I want my territory to be peaceful and peaceful. I want these 3 days. Let's celebrate. This is my dream. Tai Butian's eyes were shining. Chu Yang, do you know? Ever since I became Empress Dowager Butian, I've been training myself day and night. He has completely transformed into the material of an emperor. I like my present. I like my iron cloud. I like my people. She turned her head and gazed at Chu Yang affectionately. Perhaps as your woman, I can't do my best. But as the emperor, I think I have done a very good job. Chu Yang took a deep breath. Looking at the radiance on Tai Butian's face, he couldn't help but feel deep veneration for her. Taking a breath, he said, "Be my woman." "You did well too, very well." Tai Butian smiled faintly. She was still dressed as a man. If he was dressed as a woman, this smile would be. She would definitely display endless charm. So, Chu Yang, your little Tian Tian, and the Tai Butian in the court are 2 different people. Little Tian Tian can do anything for you and let you do whatever you want to her. No matter what, little Tian Tian is just a woman with a husband. She can only use everything she has, her body and her feelings, to do her best to make her man happy and happy. Even if she is licentious in front of her man, that is also the duty of a wife. But Tai Butian is completely different from little Tian Tian. Tai Butian wants to use all his abilities, all his intelligence and wisdom to control the officials and use all his means to seek happiness for the people of the world. Tai Butian stood up again and walked to Chu Yang. Reaching out her arms, she gently hugged his waist. As a woman, I only listen to my man. So, I will do whatever my man wants me to do, including all the shameful things, because I am my man's woman. But as the emperor, I have to be responsible for my people, for my foundation, and for my empire. I can only rule the world and rule the world. As a woman, I am not strong. As the emperor, I have a clear conscience. As a human, I have no regrets. Tai Butian said softly, "Chu Yang, do you understand me?" "I understand you." Looking at Tai Butian in front of him, Chu Yang suddenly felt a surge of reverence in his heart. This was a real person. A real person was different from a real man and a real woman. She could completely distinguish her duties and identity and see through herself completely. When she was a woman wholeheartedly. When she was an emperor, she was an emperor wholeheartedly. In these few days, Chu Yang kept feeling that the current Tai Butian was different from before, especially when she was under the bed. She was really too obedient. It was only now that he knew that she was no different from before, because she knew that her time as a woman was very short. So, she gave up all her self-esteem and all her identity just to be her man's woman. But when he walked out of the bedroom, he was the emperor, ruling the world. Such a woman's gentleness and obedience only appeared in front of Chu Yang alone. Now that I have you and have become your woman, my life is complete. Tai Butian murmured, "No one is happier than me." Chu Yang chuckled and said, "Yes, you are the happiest, and so am I." Tai Butian smiled happily. "However, even if you choose to stay here, you still have to improve your strength. You are only a 3rd-grade martial king now. It is still not safe in the lower 3 heavens." Chu Yang pondered for a moment. "At night, I will help you improve. Will it deplete your cultivation?" Tai Butian was the first to raise this question. If it would damage Chu Yang, she would rather not improve. I am the Tribulation, Sword Master. I have plenty of elixirs. Do you understand, little girl? Chu Yang gently pinched her face. That's good. Tai Butian nodded with a red face. After a long while, she suddenly said softly, "Ask little Yang Yang later. He is the blood of your Chu clan after all. If he is willing, you can take him away." Tai Butian's voice was full of reluctance. Chu Yang's heart shook. He understood that, as a mother, for a mother, how painful it was for Tai Butian to say this, how much sacrifice she had made. "I want to be the emperor." The little guy waved his hands and said angrily. Both Chu Yang and Tai Butian were speechless. "Why?" Chu Yang asked. He knew that this kid was very mischievous, so he must have his own reasons. Ruling over the world and benefiting the people. The little guy's eyes shone. How impressive! Impressive! Tai Butian was speechless. Of course, the most important thing is... The little guy snorted. The 72 concubines of the 3 palaces. The 3,000 beauties in the harem. I will beat you to death. Before he could finish, Tai Butian and Chu Yang spanked him from left to right. The little guy screamed loudly. When Chu Yang and Tai Butian went out, Chu Yang turned around and saw that the little guy was looking at him with sparkling eyes. Chu Yang felt a burst of excitement in his heart. He quickly walked back and gave her 2 kisses on her tender little face. Pooh, 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 disgusting. The little guy wiped his face in a flurry. Chu Yang laughed heartily. He pinched his son's face again and patted his buttocks. Then he walked out. Little Tai Yang rubbed his face. Watching Chu Yang go out, his eyes showed deep affection. He thought to himself, if I don't take over my mother's burden, how can she get her happiness? In the whole world, there is only one person who can give my mother happiness. There is only my father. She can only enjoy her happiness if I take over her burden. As for me, I will leave when I give birth to a child. I will go and find my parents. Although Chu Yang didn't know so many twists and turns in the little guy's heart, he understood his feelings. Let me follow you first. Chu Yang chuckled. He rubbed his nose, feeling a little uncomfortable. But in about a year, the heavenly passage will open, and I will bring him back to the upper 3 heavens. Of course, when we return to Iron Cloud, he will still be the crown prince. When the passage opens in the future, it will be more convenient for us to travel. Tai Butian nodded. Okay. Embarrassment appeared on her face again. Obviously, she thought of her senior sister again. This time, there was really no way to avoid it. She really didn't know how to address her when they met. Just as she was feeling conflicted, she heard Chu Yang say, "Oh, right, when you meet our mother in the future." Ah, hiss. Before he could finish, Tai Butian had already pinched him hard in embarrassment. He couldn't help but scream. Tai Butian quickened her steps and disappeared at the end of the corridor in an instant. Judging from her footsteps, she was actually extremely flustered. Chu Yang laughed. At night, the 2 of them sat opposite each other. Tai Butian looked at the 3 large bathtubs in the bedroom, a little confused. The bathtubs were filled with hot water. She was even more confused. Even if she wanted to take a bath, a large bathtub should be enough, right? Come. Tian, let's drink some wine tonight. Chu Yang took out a wine pot and 2 wine cups and immediately filled them to the brim. Tai Butian was a little dizzy. This wine pot was only the size of a fist, extremely pocket-sized. The 2 wine cups were only the size of a fingertip. Your Majesty, please. Chu Yang raised his wine cup very respectfully. Well, at least you have some judgment. Tai Butian picked up the Emperor's wine cup and drank it in one gulp. She frowned. This wine cup was so small that she almost couldn't hold it. There were only a dozen or so drops of wine in it. Just as she was thinking, a wave of heat suddenly rose from her dantian and instantly penetrated her limbs and bones. Her pretty face flushed red, and her whole body was unbearably hot. The emperor was furious. You still gave me an aphrodisiac, even in this state? Aphrodisiac? Chu Yang was dumbfounded. Do I need to give you an aphrodisiac? This was Xue Leihan's wine. Afraid that Tai Batian couldn't take it, Chu Yang diluted it again with the spring of life. But how did this happen? Before Tai Batian could finish her sentence, her eyes widened. She saw some impurities seeping out of her arm at a speed visible to the naked eye. It actually smelled a little fishy. Xue Leihan's wine could even cleanse Chu Yang's meridians and marrow, much less Tai Batian, a mere third-grade martial king. I drank the wine very quickly, finishing it before 8 o'clock. But I drank a little too much, causing me to revise this chapter a few times for fear that I wouldn't write it well. I've confirmed that I've written the Tai Batian that I wanted to write. I don't know how you guys feel, but I'm very satisfied. To be continued. Chapter 12:14. What's going on? Tai Batian felt her body getting hotter and hotter. Her meridians were also gradually expanding, and her dantian was also gradually expanding. His cultivation was increasing at a speed that could topple mountains and overturn seas. This speed was almost terrifying to Tai Batian. She felt her meridians rapidly filling up, swelling, but she didn't feel any discomfort, just heat. This was very strange. How could a normal medicine that could increase one's cultivation not have a corresponding pain when it had such a heaven-defying effect? One must know that the expansion of the meridians and the effect of the dantian were both accompanied by pain. But this kind of wine actually didn't have such a reaction at all. What kind of wine is this? Tai Batian was extremely surprised. This kind of wine originally had another name, but after I got my hands on it, I gave it a name. Chu Yang grinned and said, "It's called stinky wine." Stinky wine? Tai Batian was somewhat flustered as she wiped her body. But once the impurities in her body started to be expelled, it was extremely fast, and there was no way to wipe them all away. Yes, look, after drinking this little bit of wine, my little sweetie has become little stinky. Chu Yang laughed and covered his nose exaggeratedly. Wow, you're so smelly. Tai Batian was both embarrassed and angry. She spat fiercely. She was born pure and clean and had never seen herself dirty. This was the first time such a situation had happened. For a moment, she couldn't help but panic. Chu Yang, what should we do? How can we stop it? Chu Yang laughed. Why should we stop it? Since birth, humans have grown up eating grains. Slowly, from an innate body to an acquired body. Then, be it muscles or bones or internal organs. They are all filled with impurities. This is also a problem that martial arts experts have always found difficult to solve. That is, we absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to improve our physique. But we need to eat and drink. Once we eat, drink, and breathe, a large amount of impurities will enter the body again. Therefore, this is an unsolvable cycle. Only when one's cultivation reaches a certain level, the amount of spiritual energy he absorbs will become greater and greater, gradually suppressing the rate at which he absorbs impurities. This person can then be said to be an expert. In order to reach this level, one must go through countless cleansing of their muscles and marrow. I've often heard people say that it only takes one round of marrow cleansing to transform into an innate body. From now on, the path of martial arts will be smooth. This is simply nonsense. I won't eat or drink in the future. No need to breathe? If that's the case, then only the dead can become an expert. As for those who have reached the stage where they can completely cleanse their marrow, that's the lowest level. It can only be achieved when one reaches the supreme grade, the boundary between immortal and mortal. As for this wine, when you drink it at your current stage, it can completely improve your physique. It can expel all the impurities that you can't expel with your current cultivation. Moreover, it can strengthen your cultivation and help you consolidate it. So you don't have to worry. You don't have to worry about the change in your own constitution. That's a good thing. Chu Yang concluded. Tonight, he had already made up his mind to raise Tai Butian's strength completely at all costs. Then he would act as her sparring partner during this period of more than a month, so that Tai Butian's cultivation could quickly reach a level where she could protect herself. Of course, in Chu Yang's eyes, she could protect herself, the kind where she could at least escape from a martial saint. Feng Qiliang was a force to be reckoned with, but she had to completely rely on Feng Qiliang. She couldn't, but it's really very smelly and very dirty. Tai Butian looked very embarrassed. Such impurities had actually appeared on her own face. Tai Butian lowered her head deeply, not letting Chu Yang see her face at this moment. Wait for a while more. Quickly circulate your energy and activate your cultivation. Expel all the impurities that can be expelled. Chu Yang chuckled and urged her. Tai Butian turned her back and sat cross-legged to circulate her energy. Slowly, more and more impurities were expelled from her body, soaking her clothes. They were hard and stuck to her body. It's about time. Chu Yang took a breath. Quickly take off your clothes and take a bath. Although Tai Butian listened to everything Chu Yang said, that was when she was aroused. Right now, there was no ambiguity at all, and it was the ugliest and dirtiest moment of her life. She was still a little embarrassed to strip naked in front of Chu Yang. You, close your eyes, Tai Butian said in embarrassment. Okay. Chu Yang knew that Tai Butian couldn't bring herself to do it. If he really stared at her with his eyes wide open, it wouldn't matter to him, but it might leave a shadow in Tai Butian's heart in the future. Chu Yang closed his eyes tightly. As a woman of unparalleled beauty, she would rather die than let the man she loved see her ugly side. Therefore, some women would rather commit suicide, break up or divorce than see their men when their faces were disfigured or accidentally damaged. This was a woman. Usually when she went out on the streets and attracted a lot of attention, she would secretly feel good and especially proud. But at her most beautiful moment, she would only allow her man to see her. If anyone else took a look at her, she would feel that it was a kind of blasphemy. Similarly, when she was at her ugliest, she might not care if the whole world looked at her. But if the man she loved the most took a look at her, it would make her feel so much pain that she wanted to die. Rustling sounds rang out, and then very quickly, with a splash, Tai Butian had already jumped into the big bathtub. Now she finally knew why Chu Yang had prepared these 3 bathtubs. The first thing she did when she opened her eyes was to check if Chu Yang was looking at her. When she found that Chu Yang had really closed his eyes, she was relieved. She took off her clothes at the fastest speed and jumped into the bathtub. Even her head was submerged in the hot water. The first thing she did was to quickly remove the dirt on her face. The sound of water splashing could be heard. After half an hour, Chu Yang said, "I've opened my eyes." "Wait a while more," Tai Butian said anxiously. This girl was washing her hair. Her face was already cleaned, but her hair was more troublesome. Then she scrubbed herself in a flurry until her body was almost done. Then she jumped into the second bathtub with a splash. Chu Yang screamed, "Big sister, you can just use one. Why are you using 2? That one is for you to use for the next discharge." Tai Butian snorted. "Can't you just get some more hot water?" Chu Yang groaned. This girl was too troublesome. Women were indeed troublesome. Back then, when I drank this wine, I just scrubbed myself in the snow and was done with it. This woman actually wanted to wash herself twice. Seriously, as he was thinking, Tai Butian jumped into the 3rd bathtub with a splash. Chu Yang's face was full of black lines. 3 times. "Looks like I'll just go and boil the water tonight and not do anything else. You can open your eyes now." Tai Butian's relieved voice, with a hint of embarrassment rang out. She didn't want to. After all, she was still naked. But her heart ached for Chu Yang, because if he kept his eyes closed like this, even though he was being considerate of her. It wouldn't feel good if he closed his eyes for too long. Anyway, he was her man. Besides, her whole body was soaked in water. Tai Butian comforted herself like this. But she was still so embarrassed that her face was flushed red. Chu Yang finally opened his eyes. He looked at the water in the 2 bathtubs. In particular, the first one was already as black as ink. The second one was slightly murky. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Tian, Tian, I've always smelled your fragrance. Who would have thought? Don't pour this water away. Keep it as ink for your son to learn how to write. When the time comes, I'll tell him that this is his mother's bath water. She washed 250 liters of water until it turned black. Before he could finish a sentence, he was already sprayed with water arrows that came straight at his face. You're despicable. Get lost. Under the emperor's angry reprimand, Minister Chu swallowed his anger and put the first 2 bathtubs into the tribulation dimension. Then he slipped out and poured the water away. Then he came back with 2 big bathtubs full of clean water. Then he took out some food from the tribulation dimension. Tai Butian had just cleansed her body. Almost all the impurities in her body had been purged. She was starving. The moment she smelled the fragrance, her stomach started to growl. Chu Yang let her soak in the water and not come out. He fed her little by little. In the end, even the emperor felt embarrassed. She really ate a lot, but she just felt hungry and wanted to eat more. This meal was, of course, unusual. Chu Yang had used ordinary ingredients, mixed with spiritual herbs of the universe to make it. Eating it would greatly nourish one's physical strength. Moreover, it could be converted into cultivation to the greatest extent and strengthen Tai Butian's realm. When Tai Butian was done eating, Chu Yang sighed in amazement and gave her a thumbs up. Your Majesty, you are indeed an emperor. Even your appetite is like that of a sovereign. This meal of yours is enough for me to eat for 3 days. Bullshit! Tai Butian was furious. She had only eaten a little more. How was it as exaggerated as he made it out to be? This bastard was really going to ridicule her to death today. But she did eat a lot for today's meal. She usually only ate 1 bowl of rice. Today, she actually ate 7 bowls and so many dishes Tai Butian felt that her image was completely ruined. Yet, there was still someone ridiculing her at the side at this time. She really wanted to strangle him to death. Have you recovered your physical strength? Chu Yang asked. Almost. Tai Butian tried to circulate her energy and said, Very good. Then let's continue. Minister! Chu took out another cup of wine. This time, he reconfigured it according to Tai Butian's current cultivation. Tai Butian was in the bathtub now. There was no need for her to come out. Once she finished drinking, they would start immediately. Seeing that Tai Butian had drunk the wine, Chu Yang sat on the ground and placed both his hands on the 2 large bathtubs, one on each side. He circulated his energy to generate heat. Before long, when Tai Butian was almost done bathing, the water in the 2 bathtubs had also heated up. The night went on until the wee hours of the morning. Chu Yang had thought that he would have an erotic night, but he really didn't expect that he would have to work hard for the whole night. To be continued. Chapter 12:15. Towards the end, there were basically no impurities eliminated. It was purely an increase in cultivation. But this was the first time Tai Butian had experienced such an increase. How could she not be agitated? No one would be able to remain calm with such a rapid increase in cultivation. Her Majesty excitedly circulated her energy over and over again, like a child who had just gotten a new toy. Then she entered a meditative state. She entered a deep state of meditation. Chu Yang was really so miserable that he had a nosebleed, looking at a peerless beauty and a woman who loved him deeply, naked in front of him. Yet he couldn't do anything. This kind of punishment was even more unbearable than taking an aphrodisiac with nowhere to vent. There was still some comfort in taking an aphrodisiac with nowhere to vent, because there was nowhere to vent. But the problem now was There was a place, but he couldn't vent. How depressing. But Minister Chu's dejection was quickly replaced by shock. Tai Butian's cultivation had soared. It could be said that she had a meteoric rise. Such speed made Chu Yang feel terrified. That night, Chu Yang diluted the wine for Tai Butian step by step, and then let her drink it to increase her cultivation. Then, he used more than 80 kinds of heavenly treasures in the tribulation space to strengthen Tai Butian's foundation and to complement the medicinal effects of Shui Leihan's wine. He even used the primordial violet vapor to open up Tai Butian's meridians every time. He also used the celestial qi from the heavenly golden hand to stabilize Tai Butian's primordial spirit and increase her cultivation. This process was repeated many times. Such a method of improvement and such a huge amount of resources were used without regard for wastage. Until now, on this heavenly continent, there were only a few people who could do it. It could definitely be said to be unprecedented in history. But every time, Chu Yang would feel a huge shock. For the first time, Chu Yang had diluted Shui Leihan's wine very thinly. Tai Butian went from a 3rd-grade martial king to a 5th-grade martial king. The second time, he dared to use a larger amount of medicine. In the end, there was a whoosh. She went straight to the 3rd grade. This kind of speed made Chu Yang want to bite his fingers. On the 3rd time, she went to a 4th-grade martial emperor. If someone were to see such an improvement at the side, they would definitely be scared silly. Such a thing could actually happen in the world. What was called reaching the heavens in a single bound. This was it. After the 100th time, Tai Butian successfully broke through to a 1st-grade martial saint. He would become a true expert. What Chu Yang found most frightening was not Tai Butian's advancement in cultivation, because Tai Butian's advancement in her cultivation level was something that he had expected. He had diluted a lot of wine. It was so much that it was almost as much as what he drank himself. Even after drinking so much, Chu Yang only managed to raise his cultivation level from the early stage of the saint level to the peak stage. However, Tai Butian had drunk so much of it, but she had been able to advance from the 3rd grade of king level expert to 25 grades. This did mean that Tai Butian's aptitude was better than Chu Yang's. Firstly, it was because Chu Yang's cultivation level was higher. The higher one's cultivation level was, the harder it would be to break through. For example, if a martial king were to fight against an 8th grade martial king, then it would be considered pretty good to fight against 2 of them. Moreover, a grade 1 martial emperor could defeat an 8th grade martial emperor. However, there could be more than 4 of them. A martial monarch could fight against an 8th grade martial saint, and a martial saint could fight against at least 58th grade martial saints. This did not include special ranks like the Saber Emperor and the Sword Emperor. Secondly, he had already taken too many heavenly treasures, so his body had naturally developed a resistance to them. However, although Tai Butian was the emperor of the world, she didn't have the same opportunities as Chu Yang. Moreover, she had the help of endless strange resources that originally didn't exist in this world. The most terrifying thing about Chu Yang was the bottleneck that Tai Butian encountered when breaking through her cultivation level. Every time Chu Yang himself advanced, he would usually advance a few grades at once. However, the only thing that could make him feel the obstruction of the cultivation level bottleneck was usually the last one. However, Tai Butian had encountered bottlenecks every time he had ascended to this stage. In fact, he had encountered bottlenecks every time he had ascended. Every time, she had to grit her teeth and charge forward. Chu Yang was very depressed and very surprised. Others didn't have such a situation. For example, Rui Batong, Dong Wushang, and the others had also advanced by leaps and bounds. But they weren't like Tai Butian. 25 grades, 25 rounds of torture. And it was intensive torture. It was really difficult for this delicate emperor of a generation to endure. In the end, Tai Butian had reached the limit of what she could bear. She had also reached the limit of the medicinal effect. Only then did she finally stop. first-grade martial saint. Although Tai Butian had broken through so many levels consecutively, although Chu Yang tried his best to protect her, her spirit also felt endless fatigue. Even when she finally walked out of the bathtub, it was Chu Yang who carried her out. Almost as soon as she left the bathtub, she fell asleep. She didn't even know when Chu Yang had placed her on the bed and covered her with the blanket. And by this time, the sky had already reached the last bit of darkness before dawn. The morning court assembly definitely couldn't be held again. Chu Yang could only hurriedly find Feng Qiliang and ask him to announce the cancellation of the morning court assembly. When he saw Feng Qiliang, Chu Yang was shocked by this seventh madam. He saw that Feng Qiliang was actually covered in a thick layer of filth that looked like black mud as he cultivated. Chu Yang patted his forehead. He was extremely speechless. He heaved a long sigh. Oh my God, he had neglected something. He had forgotten to tell Feng Qiliang that he wanted to take a bath. In the end, after returning to the palace and confirming that everything was fine, this honest chief steward of the imperial household drank the medicinal wine. Then, just like the first time Chu Yang drank it, endless filth came out of his body. However, after sensing the miraculous effects of this medicinal wine, Chief Steward Feng was so agitated that his whole body trembled. He became even more careful, afraid that washing off these things would affect the improvement of his cultivation. He actually didn't dare to wash them off. They stuck to his body just like that. By the time Chu Yang found him, there was already no need to wash them off, because these things had already dried and stuck to his body together with his clothes, and they were accompanied by continuous perspiration and continuous, that stench spread to 15 kilometers with the wind. The moment Chu Yang went in, he was hit by the stench. He repeatedly retched and fled in a sorry state. With this kind of smell, even the most smelly weasel would also die from the stench after going in. Under Chu Yang's disdainful gaze, Chief Steward Feng very awkwardly peeled off these things on his body piece by piece. Feng Qiliang was definitely a meticulous person. He even took a basin and carefully placed all the filth he had peeled off from his body into it to see exactly how much filth there was on his body. At last, he saw that it was a whole basin. Chu Yang had long reached the top of a big tree and looked up at the sky. He took in big mouthfuls of fresh air. He couldn't lower his head. Once he did, he would see Chief Steward Feng peeling off from his body. Minister Chu was worried that he would vomit violently and fall from the treetop, after removing the 15 kilograms from the copper basin. These things add up to a total of 43 kilograms after drying. Feng Qiliang's voice sounded, and there was actually some pride in his tone. They were all rubbed off from my own body, Chu Yang retched. Hurry and inform them to cancel today's morning court session. Then with a swoosh he flew away. He really couldn't stay here any longer. Feng Qiliang hurriedly agreed. He was also dumbfounded when he looked at the time. It was already past the morning court session. He hurriedly changed his clothes and hurriedly went to inform them. However, Chief Steward Feng forgot that he had only peeled off those filth and hadn't washed them off. His body still stank unbearably. However, Feng Qiliang himself was already somewhat used to it. In order to prevent others from discovering him, he had shut himself in his room and shut the doors and windows tightly, spending the night in this kind of smell. He had already lived in an abalone shop for so long that he didn't know the smell anymore. He hurriedly walked along the way. Chief Steward Feng, who was in a hurry, didn't know at all that he had caused a commotion in the palace. The eunuchs and palace maids along the way all covered their noses and rushed to a certain place to vomit after Chief Steward Feng walked past. What's wrong with Chief Steward Feng? Even if he fell into the latrine pit and didn't wash, it wouldn't be so smelly. Along the way to the main hall with the pungent smell, Feng Qiliang said, "Her Majesty's message has arrived." All the officials stood solemnly. Then everyone sniffed together. What's this smell? Why is it getting stronger and stronger from afar? Chief Steward Feng carried a stench that could wreak havoc in the world. With a calm and rigid expression, he swaggered to the center of the crowd and said majestically, "Her Majesty's message is to cancel today's morning court session." In just a short moment, the old and frail pavilion masterly coughed and gasped for air. In an instant, there was a foul stench. The pitiful pavilion master, Li's eyes rolled back and he choked on his breath. Gudong, he collapsed to the ground. Chief Steward Feng was greatly surprised. "What's wrong with Cabinet Secretary Li?" Everyone looked at him as if they were looking at a monster. "What's wrong? You're still asking what's wrong?" Everyone held their breaths and retreated more than 10 steps as if they had seen a snake or a scorpion. Then someone directly turned around and ran out of the main hall. He walked for a long distance without looking back. Only then did the sound of vomiting could be heard. At this moment, the unconscious cabinet secretary Li suddenly got up and scrambled out. The poor old man's eyes rolled back and his goatee trembled. He kept muttering, "This old man stinks to death. This old man stinks to death." The military officials were defeated in an orderly manner. Chief Steward Feng Chiliang had conquered the elites of the highest level in the Iron Cloud Empire's imperial court with just his own smell. This kind of achievement, it was unprecedented in history and would never be surpassed in the future. It could become a masterpiece through the ages. Feng Chiliang was still scratching his head in puzzlement. Why didn't anyone ask the reason for the morning court session being cancelled today? But he didn't know that everyone was already thankful that they hadn't died from the stench. Who would be tired of living and actually dare to ask questions while enduring such a strange stench? Chapter 12:16. That night, Chu Yang lay in bed with Tai Butian in his arms, watching the beauty sleeping peacefully in his arms. Not only did he not feel any desire, he instead felt infinite happiness and satisfaction, as well as a kind of peace in his heart. As a woman, I am not strong. As an emperor, I have a clear conscience. As a human, I have no regrets. This was Tai Butian, his own woman. He couldn't help but think of Emo Chingu. This was the first time he thought of Emo Chingu after coming to Iron Cloud. It wasn't that he didn't want to think about it, but he didn't dare to and was too embarrassed to think about it. Even if he thought about it, he immediately forced himself not to think about it. When he had just arrived, Chu Yang's heart was filled with apprehension. He forced himself not to think about Emo Chingu, because he felt that if he thought about Emo Chingu when he was with Tai Butian, he would feel guilty and uneasy. Moreover, this was a kind of blasphemy to Emo Chingu. But Tai Butian was already pregnant with his child. What could he do? Abandon his wife? Or just take the child away? Abandon Tai Butian in the lower 3 heavens? Then am I still human? But give up Emo Chingu for Tai Butian. Then the same question, Chu Yang, are you still human? But here came the problem. You are one person, but your heart is divided into so many parts. Whether it is to Emo Chingu, Tai Butian, or Wu Qianshan, it is all unfair, because they are all unreserved and wholeheartedly devoted to you. Although it is the most common thing in this world to have multiple wives and concubines, can you really be wholehearted to every one of them? But now he let go of his own thoughts. He stopped running away and faced his own heart head-on. Sooner or later, he would have to face it. So the sooner the better. Yes, when he was with Emo Chingu, thinking of other women was a kind of blasphemy to Emo Chingu. But now Chu Yang knew. When he was with Tai Butian, thinking of other women and facing Tai Butian, wasn't that also a kind of blasphemy? As he thought about it, Chu Yang's heart was in a mess. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. These are all good women like peerless geniuses. Am I such a playboy? Chu Yang asked himself. Playboy? Honestly, it couldn't be considered that. If there was one woman who could make him admit that he was a playboy, it would be Zi Xieqing. His teasing, whether intentional or unintentional, or the adoration that was hidden in the depths of his heart. He was indeed a playboy. But with regards to Wu Qianqian and Tai Butian, how could Chu Yang be considered as unfaithful? Even if he wasn't unfaithful, if he had to make a choice now, which one would he give up? With a belly full of complicated thoughts, Chu Yang fell into a deep sleep. In the afternoon, Tai Butian finally recovered. She was surprised at once. Chu Yang is sleeping right beside me. This guy actually slept for a whole day. It's strange. However, he heard Chu Yang let out a long sigh. So this guy wasn't asleep? What's wrong? Tai Butian asked gently. Chu Yang turned over and hugged her in his arms. He whispered, Tian Tian, do you think I'm a playboy? Tai Butian was taken aback for a moment. She thought for a while. I don't know. I don't think so. She sighed and said, in this world, there are many couples who are faithful to one another until death. Moreover, they won't look twice for their whole lives. Women like us admire such men and also yearn for men to treat us like that. However, such a man may not necessarily be the man we love deeply. Tai Butian said softly, do you know that after our battle back then, more than 10 million soldiers died there? Especially in the main areas where great Zhao soldiers were deployed, men became precious because of their rarity. Many brothels changed their professions. Changed their professions? Chu Yang was stunned. Changed their professions. Tai Butian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You should understand what I mean. Therefore, even though I'm a woman, I have no choice but to issue an edict to encourage men to marry more. Otherwise, the ratio of men to women would be seriously imbalanced, and there would be chaos in the world. Tai Butian smiled lightly. All right, now I've tasted the consequences. I, the emperor, have become someone else's concubine. Chu Yang was originally in a heavy mood. When he heard this, a surge of evil fire and an inexplicable excitement suddenly surged in his heart. Tai Butian obviously didn't know what kind of consequences her words had triggered. She looked at Chu Yang and said very seriously, Chu Yang, women are very fragile and delicate. In a chaotic world, we may be jealous or throw tantrums, but we can't do anything about such a world. Therefore, if you can protect us and take good care of us, she said quietly, I won't allow you to be fickle in love. However, for us whom you also like and love deeply, please give us happiness and safety as well as peace of mind. Chu Yang nodded. Tai Butian's words were very magnanimous. However, Chu Yang knew that although her words were beautiful, her heart was definitely not so. I won't allow you to be fickle in love. For us whom you like and love deeply, the meaning of these words was very deep. Tai Butian admitted that she was a latecomer. Therefore, although she was against it, she couldn't oppose it. To oppose it would be to deny herself. Therefore, the subtext of this sentence was, other than these few, don't think about anything else. Such a narrow-minded woman. Chu Yang pinched her nose and deliberately put on an angry face. However, if you want to be a concubine, you must have the awareness of a concubine. If you don't serve me well, I will sell you off at any time. Now, what are you waiting for? Tai Butian was very embarrassed. She pinched him. You're such a pervert. Chu Yang chuckled and flipped over. Come, as an official, I will serve His Majesty. As a concubine, you can serve your man. It's night time again. As the two of them ate, Chu Yang seemed to be deep in thought. Is it because of your icy heart, jade, bone, divine technique? Or is it because of your emperor divine art? Why are you breaking through bottlenecks so frequently? Tai Butian paused for a moment and smiled. I thought you wouldn't ask. Yes, it's because of my icy heart, jade, bone, divine technique. It's because of your heavy elixir that I have some small achievements in icy heart, jade, bone, divine technique. Moreover, this martial art is a martial art that no one has ever practiced to great success. Even my master only has the chant for it before great success. Therefore, I can only control my own cultivation and carefully experience every breakthrough. I'm afraid that in the future, if there's no way out and I don't have any experience, then... Tai Butian smiled bitterly. Chu Yang immediately understood. Lan Meixian's incantation was incomplete. Tai Butian was obviously keeping an extra eye on herself. She was preparing to work hard to break through. If she reached that stage in the future, she would open up her own path, Chuyang sighed. Tai Butian also sighed. Both of them knew what the other was sighing about. Lan Meixian had taken in a younger brother and now betrayed him. Of course, this was intolerable. However, Tai Butian didn't completely believe it back then. I'm just a woman from the lower three heavens. Although I'm a royal family in the eyes of the experts of the upper three heavens, so what if I'm the emperor of the lower three heavens? Why would such a great thing happen to me? Tai Butian smiled lightly. A meat pie has fallen from the sky, but the only thing I'm afraid of is being smashed by it. Therefore, I have no choice but to guard against it. Chuyang, this is also the benefit of being born in a royal family or a great clan. You think a lot. Give up on this technique? I can't give up. Now that I've reached this stage, I can feel that if I go any further, I'll reach the legendary telepathy, said Tai Butian. Chuyang was excited. Although Tai Butian didn't say it explicitly, he understood what she meant. When I reach the telepathy level, or even higher, I'll be of real help to you. Telepathy. I can see through people's hearts with my heart. The following month was uneventful. Tai Butian handled the daily affairs of the court. That Prime Minister Wang, who used to be favored by the emperor, was immediately dismissed by Tai Butian. He was expelled. Towards the doubts of the officials, Tai Butian didn't give an explanation. The emperor became more and more domineering and majestic. All the military officials trembled in fear. Prime Minister Wang didn't submit a petition to complain either. Obviously, he already knew that Tai Butian was already very merciful to spare the lives of his entire family. When they were free, Chuyang and Feng Chiliang sparred with Tai Butian. They consolidated their cultivation. Whether it was Tai Butian or Feng Chiliang, both of them were improving at a rapid pace. Ever since Tai Butian's meridians and marrow cleansing, she became stunningly beautiful. Chuyang often looked at her and was dazzled. Her originally fair skin had now become sparkling and translucent like jade, almost giving off a transparent feeling. When the three of them were practicing, the little fellow Taiyang often sat at the side and watched in boredom, yawning from time to time. When Chuyang suggested teaching him martial arts, the little fellow was adamantly against it, shaking his head like a rattled drum. No, your martial arts aren't good enough. The little fellow pouted. It's not suitable for me. I have my own martial arts. I'll start practicing when I'm 2 years old. Chuyang had just glared when the little fellow started to act coquettishly. Father, just believe me. Minister Chu had no choice but to give up. The little fellow smiled triumphantly. It wasn't easy for me to relax for a few days. How can I continue practicing? That's so boring. Besides, which martial arts should I practice? A month and a half passed by quickly. This night, knowing that they were about to part, the two of them looked at each other in silence. They didn't do anything or say a word. Early in the morning, Chuyang stood up. Tai Butian quietly helped him put on his clothes and tidied him up, just like a considerate wife who is about to send her husband off on a long journey. I'll wait for you. Take care. Early in the morning, the emperor's tour of the south began. Banners covered the sky, and the ceremonial procession was grand. Dressed in splendid attire, the emperor looked dignified and solemn. She stepped onto the dragon carriage and began her first tour of the world in her political career. A long howl came from afar, getting further and further away, shaking the clear sky. Tai Butian didn't turn back. She sat upright in the dragon carriage and closed her eyes. A teardrop silently slid down from the corner of her eye. I'm your wife, but I'm still the emperor of this world. You must take care. I'll wait for your return. Chapter 12:17. When Chuyang and Tai Butian were bidding farewell in the lower three heavens, there was also a send-off in the heaven imperial court. looking at Zi Xieching's white robe, escorted by the guards of the demon palace towards the south. The demon empress' eyes were solemn. I didn't expect her to survive such a cruel rebirth. The beautiful lady in white had admiration in her eyes. Back then, I only split my soul 81 times at the soul-splitting platform. After one time, I asked for it to be stopped. The demon empress looked at her sister coldly and said, "This is because your heart is not firm at all. How can you talk about turning into a human?" The beautiful lady in white felt ashamed and said, "However, this also shows that Zi Xieching's heart for the person she loves is extremely firm and earth-shattering. Now that her wish has finally been fulfilled, I feel very comforted and gratified. I only hope that she can stay with the person she loves forever and be happy." Ha ha ha. The demon empress actually laughed out loud. As she laughed, she looked at her sister mockingly. "Meng Meng, you're still dreaming. You're as innocent as you were when you were young." I'm dying of laughter. Do you really think that Zi Xieching went through such pain for a man? The beautiful lady in white was stunned. What do you mean? Isn't she doing it for her man? Maybe it's part of the reason, but it's definitely not the main reason. The demon empress' eyes were deep. I can only say that this woman will be a very scary person in the future. 81 times at the soul-splitting platform, 81 times at the heartbreaking spring, 81 times at the demon forging cave, 81 times at the demon annihilation thunder. The demon empress smiled lightly. Not simple, not simple. The beautiful lady in white was puzzled. She asked, "Big sister, is there a heavenly secret in this?" "Of course there is." The demon empress said deeply, "You've also cultivated the sky demon mystic classic. You should still remember the first sentence of it." Of course I remember the first sentence. The beautiful lady in white said without hesitation, "The sky demon has no way. Heaven and earth is home. If one wants to reach the top, one must be a life raft." Yes, it's the life raft. The demon empress' eyes flashed. I don't understand. Moreover, I always thought that these words were useless. The beautiful woman in white frowned her beautiful eyebrows. Moreover, the raft. It's something used for water. Ascending to the peak means going higher. It doesn't make sense at all. Perhaps it was written randomly by predecessors for the sake of rhyming. Nonsense. The demon empress rebuked angrily. The predecessors had gone through thousands of generations of exploration and accumulation before they created the sky demon mystic canon. Not a single word in it is meaningless. If you want to reach the pinnacle, you have to make a life raft. The demon empress said in a deep voice, "There was once an almighty person who said, 'In the mortal world, there is no such thing as a mortal.' It was originally a sea of bitterness. Everyone was floating up and down in it. There is no exception. Do you understand now?" The demon empress said indifferently, "The life-crossing raft. It's a human body. Why do we demons need to transform into humans at the beginning of our cultivation? And this transformation is the most important stage." The demon empress said, "Everyone is struggling in the sea of bitterness, but only those who struggle in the sea of bitterness can reach the other side of the sea of bitterness. This is the origin of the life-crossing raft. Even for our sky demon race, if we want to reach the end and become the supreme existence, we have to transform into humans first. Only then can we reach the highest level." The demon empress looked down and said indifferently, "If you want to reach the pinnacle, you have to make a life raft. That's what it means." The beautiful lady in white widened her eyes in shock. "But this is the sky demon mystic canon. The sky demon mystic canon is in the Heaven Imperial Court, and only our family can cultivate it. If Zi Xieching is really like this, then how did she know?" The demon empress pondered. "I find it strange too. However, Zi Xieching is different from us. We are at the last step before we can make this life raft, and we have to go through endless dangers. But she is in the middle of it. She hasn't even reached it, and she has already started. The demon empress turned to look at her younger sister and said, Meng Meng, if you are fine, you are very close to Xiexing. Now that she has just gone through the process of destroying demons and becoming humans, she is in a weak state. Why don't you protect her for a while? How about it? The beautiful lady in white nodded and said, All right. The two sisters smiled knowingly. Mother, why don't I go and protect Miss Z? Following the voice, a young man in white suddenly appeared behind her. He was handsome and dashing like a tree in the wind. You go? No way. The demon empress frowned. Although Xiexing is not doing it entirely for men, she must have such a reason. If you go, you will definitely cause disgust. Instead, things will become irreparable. The young man's eyes flashed. He smiled and said, If I make her your daughter-in-law, wouldn't everything be more convenient? The demon empress said angrily, Nonsense! You pestered her for so long 70,000 years ago. She didn't have a man then and didn't accept you. Now that her heart belongs to someone else, do you think you will succeed? The young man said dejectedly, But it's always good to try. The demon empress said angrily, How many times have you tried? You don't even know how to fight back after being hit by a woman. How can I have a son like you? Being hit by a beauty is a form of enjoyment, the young man explained weakly. One last try. The demon empress turned her head and ignored him. Meng Meng, I'll leave this matter to you. The young man turned his head and pleaded, Aunt, please put in a few good words for me. I'll go over when I'm free. The beautiful woman in white smiled bitterly. 3 days, in that mysterious cave. The brothers had been in seclusion for so long that even Mo Tianji couldn't count the number of days. It had to be said that such days were boring and unbearable. Everyone was a hot-blooded young man. At first, it was fine. But now, as they saw the huge dragon formed by the vital energy of heaven and earth slowly shrinking and gradually disappearing, their hearts started to become restless. On this day, something finally happened. Of course, they had to practice martial arts. But when they were free, there was nothing they didn't talk about. The story of the cold-faced Gu Duxing and Gu Miaoling's romance had been repeated 7 times under the pressure of his brothers. Ji Mo's romance had been repeated dozens of times, especially regarding Huyan Aobua's abuse of GMO. Everyone never got tired of hearing about it. As for Ao Xiaoyin and Xia Danqiang, everyone even talked about how they started to climb trees and dig out bird nests when they were young. Everything after that, towards the end, the topic gradually became heavier and heavier. They talked about the dispute between the clans. The brothers turned against each other. Everyone sighed in unison. Only GMO was very happy. He said, What's the big deal? Isn't it just a fight? I don't feel any pressure at all. When this sentence came out, everyone despised him at the same time. GMO and Jiju also fought for the position of the clan head. But these 2 lazy bums fought because they didn't want to be the clan head. They didn't fight for power or profit. These 2 brothers were both lazy bones compared to the other clans. It was like heaven and earth. Gu Duxing felt slightly worse. But now, he also truly felt the benefits of killing the 2 brothers of the Gu clan. His heart wasn't so conflicted anymore. Ao Xiaoyin even competed with his cousins. Most of them were killed by these brothers. Some were even executed by his father. Luo Kudi and Luo Kudi didn't develop to that stage at all. Xia Danqiang was chosen from a young age. No one competed with him. Instead, he was the most relaxed. This was the one who suffered the most. It was Mo Tianji. Mo Tianji used to fight to the death with Mo Tianyin for a very long time. The space here was sealed, far away from the bustling world of mortals. Mo Tianji's mind also gradually became calm and quiet. He thought about the things in his life. He thought about everything that made him sad and happy. He thought about how Mo Tianyin took care of him when he was young. When he was at a disadvantage, the young Mo Tianyin would always stand up for him. Who dares to bully my second brother? At that time, he was so safe, so much dependence. But since when did these two brothers become so irreconcilable? Although in the end, Mo Tianyin was proven to be a bastard and not of the direct bloodline, but Mo Tianji thought about it. The one he missed was still that big brother of his. He was dead after all. He died in the fight with him. He used to be very happy. He used to be very relaxed because of his death. But now the past kept coming back. Why was the melancholy in his heart unable to be erased? If he didn't change back then, he wouldn't fight with him at all. But why did he change? The smarter a person was, the easier it was for him to go down a dead end. Mo Tianji's controlling the world required him to have a heart of ice and snow. The most taboo was to have a chaotic heart. Once his heart was chaotic, he couldn't control it. On this day, when the brothers were practicing, they suddenly heard a scream. Big brother, why did you become like this? Everyone was shocked awake. They saw Mo Tianji spit out a mouthful of blood. Then he spat out more blood and collapsed. The brothers turned pale with fright. Now, everyone had surpassed the saint level. The huge solid energy of heaven and earth had been absorbed by everyone. At such a critical juncture, at such a high level of cultivation, Mo Tianji actually went crazy. This was really something that no one expected. Gu Duxing was the first to react. In a flash, he appeared behind Mo Tianji's body. Using his hand to press against Mo Tianji's back, he continuously channeled his energy into Mo Tianji's body. However, he felt that the meridians in Mo Tianji's body were in a mess. Gu Duxing actually couldn't contain his energy. Come over! Gu Duxing shouted. GMO, Luo Kudi, and Xie Danqiong immediately came over to help. The divine dragon energy in his body is in a mess. In just a moment, sweat had already appeared on Gu Duxing's face. This situation is really bad. When he first went into seclusion, Mo Tianji had already warned Gu Duxing. With so many young and strong guys in seclusion here, there would definitely be problems after a long time. So the two of them had prepared for this possibility for a long time and discussed many countermeasures. Chapter 12:18. The power of the divine dragon is in disorder. I need the blood of the divine dragon. Aoshin gritted his teeth and said, Duxing, it's useless to inject vital energy like this. Let go, let me do it. Everyone hurriedly let go. Aoshin had the bloodline of the true dragon in him. He was indeed the only one who could treat the disorder of the divine dragon. Blood gushed out of Mo Tianji's mouth. Deep in his lifeless eyes, however, a trace of relief flashed past. Aoshin channeled his power and gathered the bloodline of the true dragon in his body. Then he went to Mo Tianji's side. With a swoosh, he cut a deep wound on his wrist. Warm blood gushed out and entered Mo Tianji's mouth. Gu Duxing injected vital energy into him from behind, guiding the bloodline of the divine dragon to flow through Mo Tianji's body and smoothing out the chaotic aura. After a long while, the blood stopped flowing out of his wrist. Aoshin frowned and cut the wound again. This time the cut was even deeper. The large amount of blood loss caused his face to gradually turn pale. But on the contrary, Mo Tianji's face gradually regained color. Seeing that it was still not enough, Aoshin stretched out his left hand again. Feeling waves of dizziness in his head, he said calmly, Duxing, if I faint later, continue to bleed until Tianji wakes up. Gu Duxing was shocked. You will die if you do that. Aoshin frowned and said unhappily, Why are you talking so much nonsense? If I don't do this, what's the difference between Tianji's death and my own death? Will I still be able to raise my head in this life? Gu Duxing took a deep breath. At this moment, Mo Tianji moaned weakly and opened his eyes. A bitter smile appeared on his lips. "Okay, I've embarrassed myself," the brothers cheered thunderously. Ao Shion was relieved at once. With a thud, he fell down and fainted. GMO and Luo Kadi hurriedly stepped forward and bandaged his wounds. Mo Tianji's body was extremely weak. He managed to say a few words to stop Ao Shion before he fainted again. Gu Dexing and Xie Danqiong hurried forward. They laid his body flat and took care of him carefully. No one knew the joy and guilt in Mo Tianji's heart at the last moment. Indeed, I've been a villain for nothing. Although inner demons were powerful to Mo Tianji, even if he was injured, it shouldn't have been so serious. This time it was qi deviation. After Mo Tianji lost control of his inner demons, he automatically added fuel to the fire and pushed himself to the brink of death. It was Ao Shion. Mo Tianji was very reassured about these brothers. Mo Gudexing, Luo Kudi, and Mo Tianji had followed Chuyang for a long time, so they knew each other very well. There were no secrets between them. Therefore, Mo Tianji didn't suspect them. As for Xie Danqiong looked handsome and confident on the surface. However, his way of thinking was somewhat conservative. During this period of time, Xie Danqiong could even be said as a person in some aspects. It was a little naive, a true sexual lover. Therefore, Mo Tianji was not worried. The only one who was a little uncertain was Ao Shion. Before this, Ao Shion was known as the #1 person of the younger generation. His intelligence and scheming were not far off from his own. Now, in this group, Ao Shion's position was at the back because of the time he had joined. Would he feel uncomfortable? Would he be unconvinced? Would he now? Everyone had finished absorbing the energy of heaven and earth and was preparing to leave this place. Perhaps after they left, they would have to face the great battle of the upper 3 heavens. How could it be ordinary? If Ao Shion, Mo Tianji had always been cautious. In fact, he had reached the point of being cautious when making plans. He deeply understood the importance of unity and purity in a group. He definitely wouldn't be at ease to bring such a group into the upper 3 heavens and hand it over to Chuyang. Therefore, today's cultivation had gone awry. On one hand, it was indeed the inner demons that had invaded. There was no doubt about this. However, on the other hand, this was also a genuine test. To test whether Ao Shion could disregard his own life for his brothers. This test would determine all of Mo Tianji's future plans. Now, although it was proven that Mo Tianji was indeed a little narrow-minded, Mo Tianji didn't regret it. On the contrary, he was very happy. However, he felt a little guilty towards Ao Shion. However, we will all be brothers in the future. No one knows. I'll find a chance to tell him or not. I'll keep it in my heart. Mo Tianji thought of this and fainted happily. Now he was completely at ease with these few brothers. It had to be said that Mo Tianji's cautiousness had sometimes reached an unbearable level. During this period of time, this schemer couldn't go out and display his skills. Therefore, he began to think about the matters between his brothers. Chuyang was the most at ease, absolutely reliable. Moreover, he was his future brother-in-law. Gu Duxing was the most hardcore. He was the most at ease brother. No matter what happened, as long as he was there, he could be at ease. Dong Wushang was absolutely reliable. He was like an iron bastion, giving people an incomparably safe feeling. If Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang were 2 peerless warriors, then GMO and Luo Kadi were lucky generals. They didn't have to worry about anything. Benefits would fall from the sky and fall on their heads. GMO was indifferent and lazy. Yes, this was a bit of an overestimation of him. In fact, he was just a lazy pig. However, he was loyal and righteous. There was absolutely nothing to doubt about him. Luo Kudi's personality was comical, but he was a sexual lover. Xie Danqiong was steady and generous. Although his looks were average, He was a typical upright gentleman. Rue Butong was unrestrained and unrestrained by the customs of the world. However, overall, he was exceptionally reliable. Ao Xiaoyan was also at ease now. How could Mo Tianji not be happy? If it were Chu Yang, he probably wouldn't be able to use Mo Tianji's methods in his lifetime. This was also the biggest difference between Chu Yang and Mo Tianji. Mo Tianji always kept himself in the safest environment at all times. Chu Yang, on the other hand, had to roam the world and fight. Danger lurked everywhere. This crisis was resolved 3 days later. When Ao Xiaoyan was still a little weak, Mo Tianji had already completely recovered. At this moment, the heaven-earth yuan qi that was the size of a small mountain was completely absorbed by the brothers. It was time to come out of seclusion. On this day, the mountain residents suddenly surged. A dragon's roar that seemed to come from the depths of the soul suddenly rang out. "We're going out!" Mo Tianji and Gu Duxing stood side by side. Looking at a bright spot in front of the sealed space, they murmured. All the brothers became excited at the same time. The bright spot grew bigger and bigger, slowly turning into a straight passage leading upwards. "Let's go." Chu Yang ran all the way without looking back. He was afraid that once he turned back, he wouldn't be able to leave. When he entered the passage for 3 days, Chu Yang finally turned back. Clouds and mist filled the air. Looking back, there were no iron clouds, only dust and mist. Chu Yang left behind concern and a heart. He felt. He seemed to be dreaming, until he was running through the passage. He also felt like he was in a dream. "So, I have a woman and a child here. I have a concern." He really didn't know what his heart was feeling. Now, Chu Yang began to consider if he returned to the Chu clan. If he saw Mo Qingwu, how would he feel? Chu Yang sighed and stopped himself from thinking about this matter. Then he increased his speed. 3 days, in a purple bamboo forest. Chu Yang suddenly popped his head out. Then he jumped out with a whoosh. The passage beneath him disappeared instantly. Chu Yang took a step out. Only then did he realize that this purple bamboo forest was actually not the passage he went down. Moreover, this purple bamboo forest was actually the purple bamboo forest where he met Mo Qingwu in his previous life. Isn't this deliberately making me feel bad? Although Chu Yang cursed in his heart, he had to admit that it still evoked the softness in the depths of his heart. He lingered in the purple bamboo forest for an entire morning before he finally left. Shouts came from afar. A group of black-clothed men were fighting with many yellow-clothed men. Chu Yang quickly rushed over. He didn't expect it at all. The first familiar person he saw in 3 days was actually him. He saw a man in green standing on top of a big tree, moving up and down with the branches. His body was also moving up and down. His hands were behind his back, looking at the battlefield. The expression on his face was actually extremely relaxed. The moment Chu Yang rushed out, the man in green's gaze also turned towards him. Then both of them smiled at the same time. "Duke Yu, brother Yu." Chu Yang directly flashed across 5,000 feet and came in front of Duke Yu. "It's been a long time. It's really been a long time." Duke Yu shook his head and chuckled. "Why did you suddenly appear? It's a long story." Chu Yang smiled bitterly and looked at the battlefield. "What's going on?" A small force that doesn't know its place actually wanted to be rude to Ah Lu. They were originally taught a lesson by Ah Lu's bodyguards, but they actually kept pestering. Duke Yu said, casually, "I've been thinking about something after a long period of silence. I'm here to sharpen my blade and slaughter all these blind things. Brother Yu, I beg you, spare us." On the battlefield, a person screamed, his face full of tears. "Are you going to destroy the entire Pang family of Mountain Vase just because of a spoiled brat's misdeeds?" Duke Yu ignored him and smiled at Chu Yang. "Look, they came to beg for mercy. The Pang clan of Mountain Pot." Chu Yang's heart shook. This clan was the one that besieged Mo Qingwu and caused her to die. Back then, it was precisely because a playboy in the clan took liberties with Mo Qingwu and was beaten up by her, forming a grudge. The previous generation of this clan was destroyed by Chu Yang because of Mo Qingwu. Now, there was no one to take liberties with Mo Qingwu. But this guy actually took liberties with Jun Lulu? This really made Chu Yang speechless. It seemed that he still had to die how he was supposed to die. I always feel that you guys are a little too lenient on your enemies, Duke Yu said in a good mood. If someone offends me, I will definitely kill his whole clan, and I will announce it to the world. This can save a lot of trouble. Killing people can also make me happy. That makes sense. Chu Yang nodded. If the big clans of the upper three heavens offend you, then it will be really troublesome. They can kill until your hands go soft. Get lost! Duke Yu shouted angrily. Chapter 1219. Chu Yang laughed heartily. What he said just now had obviously hit this guy's sore spot. No wonder you're so fearless. TSK, TSK, TSK. Duke Yu looked at Chu Yang from the corner of his eyes. So you're already a saint. TSK, TSK, not bad, little one. You've improved so quickly? Of course. Chu Yang puffed out his chest proudly. Torturing you now is just like playing a game. Duke Yu laughed. Later, let's have a spar? I'm afraid that I won't be able to explain to Jun Lulu if I beat you to death. Chu Yang was very humble. It's okay. I'll just take it as learning from you. Duke Yu winked. Chu Yang looked up suspiciously. He was a little puzzled. This guy looked like a second-stage saint, and he wanted to spar with him? Was he really looking for a beating? Recalling how he was humiliated by Duke Yu back then, Minister Chu's pride and anger surged. Okay, when you're done, I'll spar with you. Chu Yang gritted his teeth and said. As he spoke, those people from the Pang clan of Mount Evase had already turned into corpses. The leader of the black-clothed men came back to hand in the order. You guys go back first. I have something to discuss with this boss. Duke Yu waved his hand. The black-clothed men answered respectfully. They couldn't help but look up secretly. There weren't many people in these 3 days that Duke Yu called this boss. What they saw was a handsome young man in black. At this moment, this young man was nodding and smiling. The young man's carefree attitude and Duke Yu's carefree attitude were like two brothers. They were both outstanding and different from the rest. Duke Yu said, Let's go. Let's find a place to have a good fight. It's been a long time since I met an opponent above the saint level. I'm really itching for a fight. With a swoosh, the two disappeared at the same time. Only the black-clothed men who had just finished their work were left with their mouths wide open. Their eyes almost popped out. What? Was this young man, who was as handsome as jade and even very quiet and thin, actually a saint-level expert? Black 3, did I hear wrongly? Saint level? One of the black-clothed men turned to look at his companion in a daze. Yes, I think I heard wrongly too. Black 3 said. Duke Yu's words can be wrong? Another man said. God, saint level. In the distance, mountain range. A single ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? Chu Yang displayed his sword moves in a spirited manner, attacking Duke Yu from all directions. Duke Yu retreated. Ha! Minister Chu was in high spirits. Brother Yu, I was afraid of hurting you, so I didn't dare to use my full strength. Duke Yu smiled faintly. Then go ahead and attack with all your might. It's a good opportunity for me to test my bottom line. Good. Chu Yang shouted, and increased his strength by a bit. Duke Yu was still swaying as he tried to resist. Just a little more. Chu Yang suddenly felt that something was wrong. Fuck, did I get cheated again? Now, he had already reached the 3rd grade of Sword Saint. This kind of power was enough to kill a 5th grade martial saint. In the beginning, Duke Yu was on the verge of collapsing. Why was he still in such a precarious situation? This fellow could not have improved so quickly, right? Chu Yang let out a long howl, and his long sword rolled out. He used the last 4 moves of the Calamity sword technique at full force, using the power of soft water, the power of the raging waves, the power of the gigantic waves. They attacked with everything they had. Dookie let out a long laugh. Watch me. Suddenly he opened his hands, and with a swoosh, on the ground in front of him, at a speed visible to the naked eye, a swooshing sound was heard. In an instant it formed a patch of green, enveloping the entire battlefield. Dookie chuckled and raised his hands. Take this! All the green vines wrapped around Chu Yang as if they had a life of their own. Chu Yang was shocked. He never dreamed that there would be such a strange martial art. With a few swooshing sounds, the Calamity sword cut off all the vines and they fell to the ground. But then he realized that he was already in a green ocean. And Duke Yu's figure, he actually didn't know where he had gone. Only this green ocean that was constantly growing was attacking him furiously. Moreover, the new vines that were growing out were actually full of sharp thorns, and they attacked him like poisonous snakes. After cutting off the vines that fell to the ground, they actually took root again. The more he cut off, the more vines there were. Chu Yang was very surprised. As he slashed with his sword, he said angrily, "What kind of martial art is this?" A green vine in front of him shook and suddenly turned into the appearance of Dukyu. He rushed up silently, and his palms were powerful. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Yang was furious. Watch me cut them all. Dig them out by the roots. This move was indeed effective. The vines that were dug out by the roots had obviously lost their vitality, and they fell to the ground softly. But doing this would cause too much damage to the plane. With a long roar, Duke Yu's thin figure rose up. He shouted, "Chu Yang, take this move of mine! 10,000 rivers and mountains. I'm the king of the 8 barren lands." With a long roar, Duke Yu's figure spun rapidly in midair and turned into a green shadow. Then it turned into a green cloud and fell down crazily. Tens of thousands of palm forces and tens of thousands of streams of energy attacked Chu Yang from all directions at this moment. These streams of energy were all different. Some are slanted, some are straight, some are curved, and some are spiraling. All kinds of strange attacks were coming. "Phut!" Chu Yang cursed. "You're serious." 20 moves of the Calamity sword were unleashed crazily. With a series of bangs, Chu Yang rolled out like a rubber ball. Duke Yu's figure retreated slowly. Minister Chu came to a stop and discovered that he couldn't see anything. It turned out that, at this moment, he was completely wrapped in layers of plundering vines. From the outside, it looked like a gigantic green ball. "Do you admit defeat?" Duke Yu's voice sounded. "I admit defeat. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him." Chu Yang admitted defeat quickly. This was the first time in his life that he had seen such a strange fighting method. Could it be the secret technique of the elves? With a swoosh, the vines disappeared. Duke Yu stood in front of him with his hands behind his back and smiled slightly. "You bastard, you tricked me?" Chu Yang said angrily. "Where did this come from?" Duke Yu shook his head. "You said that you wanted to beat me up to vent your anger." Chu Yang sighed. "You've completely absorbed the inheritance of the elves?" Duke Yu nodded. "Yes, I've completely awakened the elves' secret technique, bloodline, and divine soul. I've also eaten the heart of earth that had been passed down by my ancestors for hundreds of thousands of years. Of course, my strength has improved by leaps and bounds." He blinked his eyes. "If I were to reveal it, I'm afraid that I would be beaten to death by the big clans, or be captured and interrogated about the secret technique. Of course, I don't dare to. But now that the Tribulation Sword Master has obtained the 4th fragment of the Tribulation Sword, of course I have to quickly recover my strength." "I see." Chu Yang gritted his teeth. He said hatefully, "You tricked me." Duke Yu laughed and then sighed. "It's a pity that the spring of life of the elves has long disappeared. If there was still the spring of life, my strength would be able to improve greatly, and reach the level of 3rd or 7th grade Supreme Martial Artist. But now, I'm only at the peak of 3rd grade Supreme Martial Artist. Spring of Life? Chu Yang's heart moved. But even if you've recovered the elves' inheritance, you can't improve so quickly, right? Chu Yang asked doubtfully. I received the essence of heaven and earth, and was only born after tens of thousands of years. Does this period of time not count? Duke Yu rolled his eyes. Monster! Chu Yang exclaimed. How has it been during this period of time? The two found a forest. Chu Yang chopped down 3 adjacent trees with one palm. Sitting on a wooden stump, Duke Yu's eyebrows twitched. It's all right, bamboo has been in seclusion. Duke Yu shook his head and smiled bitterly. Lu and I wanted to ask her to be our witness, but she didn't appear. You're married? Chu Yang was really surprised. No wonder you're different from before when I see you this time. Before Duke Yu recovered his elven bloodline, he was a little unhappy. He was still a little unhappy. Why did he think things through after recovering? Duke Yu revealed a gentle smile on his face. Since you disappeared at the Lake of Despair, where have you been? Duke Yu asked. To the upper 3 heavens. Chu Yang laughed. What about you? It's just as I expected. Duke Yu smiled lightly. I went to the far north wastelands to recover and improve, and then I didn't go anywhere else, and focused on accompanying Lu. Haha, I didn't expect brother Duke Yu to be such a romantic. Chu Yang joked. Haha, you think too highly of me. Duke Yu laughed and said somewhat emotionally, You don't understand matters of the heart. I don't understand. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. My heart is about to be tangled to death by my own feelings. Someone actually said that I don't understand feelings. The two chatted for a while, and Chu Yang was about to leave. When are you going to the upper 3 heavens? Duke Yu asked before leaving. The day when the heavenly passage opens is the day when we kill our way up to the upper 3 heavens. Chu Yang said lightly. At that time, you can do whatever you want in the upper 3 heavens. Duke Yu's eyes lit up, and he stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the clouds in the sky, and after a long time he said, All right. The two waved goodbye. Before leaving, Chu Yang gave Duke Yu 2 water bottles and specially said, You can only look at them after I leave, and you have to drink them immediately. But I can't move when I haven't gone far. Duke Yu looked at him disdainfully. He was disdainful and agreed with a smile. This little guy is obviously angry that I tricked him just now, and now he wants to pretend to be mysterious and get back at me. Seeing that Chu Yang's figure had already disappeared into the distance, Duke Yu smiled. His long sleeves rolled up, and like flowing clouds, he rolled up the 2 water bottles and snorted. Then, he twisted open the lid of one of them. Just as he twisted open the lid, his nose twitched. What a fragrant wine! He raised his head and gulped it down. It's too little. Only 2 or 3 mouthfuls. This guy is too stingy, and he's deliberately coveting me. Just as he was thinking about whether he should chase after Chu Yang and ask for some good wine, a hot steam suddenly came out of his dantian, and a powerful force rushed out and integrated into his meridians. The cultivation in his whole body rolled like a raging wave and couldn't be stopped. Chapter 1220. This is actually spiritual wine. Duke Yu was shocked. He hurriedly channeled his energy to guide this sudden, strong cultivation into his meridians. After a while, Duke Yu stood up, looking at the dirt all over his body. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was indeed good stuff. The 3 mouthfuls had increased his cultivation by 300 years. In just an instant, his cultivation had reached the critical point of breaking through to 4th grade Supreme Martial Artist. This was simply unthinkable, since the wine in this kettle was so amazing. Then what was in the other kettle? Duke Yu suddenly became extremely curious. He tried to pick it up, open the lid, and smell it. Duke Yu sat down on the ground. Suddenly, his eyes widened to the maximum. His hands tightly hugged the purple crystal kettle as he groaned, Spring of life! No, It's the spiritual spring of life that's close to evolving to the later stage of the spring of life. Oh my God! He sat there in a daze, but his eyes were filled with unbelievably ecstasy. After a long time, he finally regained his senses. Then, he hurriedly covered it up. He couldn't care less about the stench on his body and chased after Chuyang. Chuyang, stop right there. You, damn you. Where did you find it from? Duke Yu's shouts echoed throughout the three heavens. Crazy! Chuyang ran like a gust of wind. He changed his direction and went to the Ao clan. Duke Yu shouted all the way, but he ran in the opposite direction. The distance between the two parties was getting further and further. This was Chuyang's intention. I'm in a hurry to reunite with my brothers. Don't make trouble. Otherwise, I'd rather stay and see your shocked expression. It'll definitely be fun, but now, no matter how anxious you are, you're not as anxious as I am. I really don't have much time left. As for why I let Duke Yu see the spiritual spring, that's because, this guy's cultivation has increased so much. It's really a pity that he's not a top fighter. When Chuyang arrived, he saw that the Ao clan was very lively. Everyone was in a hurry. There seemed to be many guests in the Ao clan. Chuyang grabbed one of them and asked, "What's wrong? Why is it so lively?" This guy was very impatient. "Are you from the three heavens? You don't even know about such a big thing. Such a big matter?" Chuyang was delighted. Could it be that Ao Sheun and the others have come out of their seclusion? No. The warrior of the Ao clan was very dissatisfied. Don't you know that the Ao clan master is celebrating his birthday? All the great clans have come to celebrate. I see. The corners of Chuyang's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, it seems that I've arrived at the right time. It looks like I'm going to get ripped off. At this moment, in the distance, a procession of carriages and horses was approaching with great momentum. A large flag fluttered in the wind. Gu! The Gu family. Did you see that? The young mistress of the Gu clan has personally come. The Ao clan's warriors said proudly. Gu clan's young mistress and eldest miss? Chuyang was shocked by this title. After a long time, he finally reacted. This is the legendary Gu Miaoling, Gu Duxing's lover. Chuyang had heard of him for a long time, but this was his first time meeting him. So, he couldn't help but be curious. They saw that the gate of the Ao clan suddenly opened, and someone came out to greet them with quick steps. It was actually a few women, all of them graceful and elegant. The warrior was shocked. The clan master's wife has personally come out to greet them. This is really giving face. Chuyang coughed. He understood. The Gu clan was a woman, but Ao Tianqing, the clan master, was a man. It wasn't appropriate to greet them. He brought out his wife. Sure enough, the curtains of the Gu clan's carriage were lifted, and a graceful figure appeared. From afar, she quickly stepped forward and bowed. Then, the group of women walked in happily and affectionately. Immediately, on the main road, another procession of carriages came. The Luo clan, Dong clan, Xie clan, Mo clan, and Ji clan came one after another. The Xie clan came to recognize Xie Danqiong's wife and 4 concubines. The Luo clans was Luo Kuwu. The Dong clans was Dong Wule. The Ji clans was of course Ji Zhu. As for the Mo clan, the former clan master came with Mo Tianji's 2 concubines. Chuyang immediately understood. These brothers were in seclusion here. How could those who had women at home not take care of them? Their loved ones had left and not returned. After not seeing each other for such a long time, who wouldn't miss them? And now these clans were so close. The clan's experts were secretly protecting them. It was also a good thing to move around more. These women could wait until Ao Tianqing's birthday to discuss and come here. They were already restraining their longing. Chuyang was a little emotional. Everyone shared the same thought, and their hearts shared the same logic. He was away all year round. Mo Qingguo, Tai Batian, and the rest, weren't they more pitiful than them? At this moment, Chu Yang made a decision. If he was confident in the future, he would try his best to bring them along. If he wasn't, then he must not be away from home for too long. These brothers, basically those with women, came. As for those without women, so it could only be the men. Chu Yang looked at the warrior in front of him puzzledly. I'm not here to celebrate the birthday. I even grabbed you to ask you all this. Why are you so assured to tell me everything? That warrior looked at him disdainfully, his nose pointing up. Every year, there are many idiots like you. Besides, in the three heavens now, who dares to provoke the Ao clan? You want to make trouble? Chu Yang was speechless. At this moment, the Mo clan's team came. In front of the Ao clan's gate, Ao Tianqing was already waiting. Although Mo Xingqian had retired behind the scenes, he was still a figure of the same generation as himself. He had to give him face. After welcoming Mo Xingqian warmly, Ao Tianqing turned around and walked with Mo Xingqian arm in arm. The two old foxes didn't really deal with each other, but at this moment, they were friends who had been through life and death. They suddenly became intimate. The two walked a few steps. Suddenly, Ao Tianqing made a sound of surprise. He turned around and saw Chu Yang from afar. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. He walked over quickly. When that warrior saw the clan master striding over, he was so scared that his legs almost cramped. It's all your fault, all your fault. You pulled me to chat. Now the clan master saw us. Looks like I can't avoid a beating. Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chu Yang, why are you here? Ao Tianqing was extremely surprised. His eyes opened wide. Since you came, why didn't you tell me in advance? I would have come out to welcome you personally. Chu Yang smiled and cupped his hands. I didn't know it was Uncle's birthday. I came presumptuously. It's awkward now. What's there to be awkward about? Ao Tianqing grabbed his arm and dragged him away. You came here and didn't even enter the house. You're treating me like an outsider. You're really pissing me off. I'm really pissed off. But his tone was so excited, happy, and intimate. The original warrior was dumbstruck as he watched Chu Yang being pulled away from his side by the clan lord. Chu Yang? Why does this name sound so familiar? Yes. Isn't this the name of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's boss? Could it be that the young man who chatted with him for half a day is the pavilion master of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, which is second only to the dark bamboo in the upper three heavens? The common boss of his young master and the other young masters, Chu Yang. Thinking of this, his legs started to play the pipa. Oh my boss. You're such a big god, but you teased a small shrimp like me for half a day. Now I'm so scared that I'm about to pee in my pants. Ao Tianqing turned around and looked at him fiercely. You doghead. Brother Chu Yang came and you didn't even inform me. You left your important guest out like this. What punishment do you deserve? Go back and receive 800 beatings yourself. 800 beatings? The warrior's legs went soft and he knelt down. Those people in the clan's disciplinary hall could beat a martial king to death with just 8 beatings. 800 beatings. They could really beat him up. Forget it, he doesn't know either. It's all thanks to him for introducing me. Chu Yang smiled. This person has done a good deed. Good deed. Good. Ao Tianqing laughed. Get up. Brother Chu Yang said that you have done a good deed. Go to the accounts room and receive 800 taels of silver. It's your reward. The warrior was dizzy and confused for a moment. The 800 beatings were about to hit him a moment ago. The next moment, it became a reward of 800 taels of silver. This experience of going straight from hell to heaven made the warrior's mind unable to process for a long time. On the other side, Ao Tianqing had already pulled Chu Yang away affectionately. This was the first time Mo Xingqian saw Chu Yang. When Chu Yang arrived at the Mo clan, Mo Xingqian was extremely frustrated. He was in seclusion and didn't see anyone, leaving everything to Mo Tianji. Naturally, he didn't see him. Uncle Mo Chu Yang smiled affectionately and took the initiative to greet him. No matter what happened in the past, this guy was Mo Qingwu's biological father after all, his future father-in-law. At this moment, it was necessary to leave a good impression. As expected, Mo Xingchen was overwhelmed by this unexpected favor and laughed out loud with a guilty conscience. You are Chuyang? Ha ha ha. You are indeed a talent. You are indeed a young hero. You live up to your reputation. You live up to your reputation. Chuyang smiled modestly. You flatter me. Mo Xingchen sized him up affectionately. Of course. He knew that Chuyang was the person his daughter, Mo Qingwu, cared about. Thinking of the past, he was a little embarrassed and tried to find something to talk about. Brother Chuyang, do you have a wife? Chuyang was stunned. What do you mean by this? If you haven't found a wife, I still have a daughter who hasn't married yet. Mo Xingchen laughed. When the time comes, you can interact more. Haha. Ao Tianqing at the side twitched his mouth. This old guy. Wishful thinking. You don't know that the last time Chuyang came, this old man mentioned this problem before, but I was mercilessly rejected. Now, I'll wait for you to be rejected. Chuyang's eyes lit up. What is your daughter's name? Mo Xingchen laughed. You know my daughter too. Her name is Qingwu. If Brother Chuyang is interested, my daughter is now 14 years old. She is beautiful and cute and is learning from her master. Recommend the new novel, The Unparalleled Tang Sect by the third young master of the Tang clan. Cough cough, I don't need to introduce who the author is, right? Naturally, I don't need to introduce either. This is a golden signboard. Everyone can read it without worry. Chapter 1221. When Mo Xingchen said this, he suddenly shut his mouth. The expression on his face was very interesting. Only then did he remember that his daughter's masters were Ning Tianya and Baluqing. Marriage, as her father, can I make the decision? Instantly he felt awkward. However, Chuyang said embarrassedly, cough cough. Yes, I still want to keep my chastity. I don't have any thoughts of family background. Since Uncle Mo has such good intentions, I have long had such intentions. I will agree. Mo Xingchen choked. After a while, he started coughing violently. Ao Tianqing also choked. He was stunned for a while before he started coughing violently. Brother Chu, you must be joking. The two clan heads laughed dryly and said at the same time, I'm not joking. Chuyang said seriously. Mo Xingchen was stunned. Fuck! Didn't I just slip up and say something wrong? Why did you insist? What a beast. My daughter is only 14 years old. You've been thinking about her since 4 or 5 years ago. Ao Tianqing was stunned. Fuck! No wonder you were indifferent when I introduced you to girls. So you like the 60s. Damn, you're a beast. The reception hall was already full of people. The two clan heads sent Chuyang in and turned to leave. They even left in a sorry state. Chuyang was a little surprised. This old man, is he playing with me? He said he would introduce his daughter to me. Why did he have such a reaction when I said I wanted her? This is simply, humph. Chuyang! There was a surprised shout. Chuyang looked up. He saw Ji Zhu standing up and waving at him. This shout of Chuyang seemed to have a mysterious power. The noisy hall quietened down. Who in the 3 heavens didn't know Chuyang? Chuyang was a legend. When he was still in the 3 heavens, not many people knew about him. Only a few clans knew about him. However, after he disappeared, his fame suddenly skyrocketed. A few brothers used Chuyang's name to bring glory to the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Gradually, it became the second biggest power in the 3 heavens. Today, who didn't know that the mysterious leader of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion was called Chuyang? When I was in Jianghu, I was a nobody. When I'm not in Jianghu, Jianghu is full of legends about me. This extremely pretentious phrase was perfectly interpreted by Chuyang with his own experience. Chuyang rubbed his nose and walked in. This was great. She had truly become a heart. So many orioles and swallows, so many pairs of beautiful eyes were all focused on his face. Even Minister Chu, who was used to seeing great winds and waves, couldn't help but feel a little nervous at this moment. "Hello, Big Brother Chu." A young girl stood before him. Zhang respectfully bowed to him. "I am here on behalf of Duxing. Greetings to Big Brother. At the same time, I would like to thank Big Brother for your gift, allowing Miaoling to avoid the suffering of the cold poison in Horned Dragon Cave." It was Gu Miaoling. Although Gu Duxing wasn't around, she was still his wife. Although they had yet to get married, Gu Miaoling felt that she should thank Chu Yang on behalf of her family when he appeared. Gu Duxing was actually older than Chu Yang, but when they became sworn brothers, Chu Yang was the big brother. Chu Yang smiled warmly. "Sister-in-law, you don't have to be so polite. Du Xing and I have gone through life and death together. When have we ever made any distinctions between each other? No matter what I did, it's what I should do." As he said, he casually took out a piece of mysterious yang jade and handed it over. "This is the first time I see you, so I didn't prepare anything. Sister-in-law's body is cold, so I'll give you a piece of mysterious yang jade to warm your body." Gu Miaoling blushed. "Thank you, Big Brother." She received it. It was warm to the touch, and she immediately felt refreshed. She knew that it was a priceless treasure. She was even more grateful and surprised in her heart. This Big Brother's eyes are really sharp. He actually saw that the cold poison in my body hasn't been completely expelled at a glance. This piece of jade is really a gift. Big Brother Chu, you gave Miaoling a piece of jade, but I don't know what you're giving me." A very heroic voice sounded from the side. Chu Yang looked back and saw that this person had a stocky build and was 8 feet tall. He stood like a lofty mountain and sat like the earth. He walked like a tiger, like a dragon roaring and a tiger roaring, like a magnificent army. It was truly a big and burly. Female. It was Ji Mo's beloved Huyen Aobua, Miss Huyen, whose name shook the 3 heavens. Even among Chu Yang and his brother, her name was like thunder. "Cough, cough, so it's you, sister-in-law." Chu Yang rubbed his nose. Since he was prepared to be taken advantage of, then he should be prepared to be taken advantage of. He hurriedly took out a piece of mysterious Yin jade and handed it over. "Cough, cough, sister-in-law. There's nothing wrong with your body. This piece of jade is for you to play with." The real use of this piece of jade was that its cold aura was stronger. If Huyen Aobua wore it all year round, it might be able to disperse some of the masculine aura in her body, but how could Chu Yang dare to say this sentence out loud? Huyen Aobua was overjoyed. She took it and put it in her arms. Her whole body immediately felt cool and comfortable. She beamed with delight and thanked him. She stretched out her hand, and a dignified young woman was pulled out by him. Huyen Aobua said, "Big Brother Chu, this is Xie Danqiong's wife. This little sister is shy. I've asked for a greeting gift on her behalf." Xie Danqiong's wife was obviously a well-bred young lady. She was really good-looking. She was so shy that she didn't know where to put her hands. "Hello, Big Brother." Her voice was not much louder than a mosquito. "Cough, cough. Yes, yes, yes." Chu Yang hurriedly took out another piece of mysterious yang jade. "You gave them warm ones. Why did you give me cold ones?" Huyen Aobua asked discontentedly. "Cough, cough. Their physiques are weak and they need warmth. But you obviously don't need it." Chu Yang's forehead was sweating. Ji Mo's wife was really awesome. She was indeed not inferior to men. This sentence made Dongwu Lei, Luo Kuwu, and the others laugh secretly, but they heard Huyen Aobua say casually, "It's just that I'm a little sturdier. Actually, they can do it too. They just need to eat more." Chu Yang's face twitched. Yes, you're right. Minister Chu's face didn't change when facing thousands of soldiers. King of Hell Chu's eyes didn't blink when he slaughtered thousands of people. But now, facing his brother's wife, he was really convinced. "You pass." Huyen Aobua laughed. "But Xie Danqiong's 4 wives are also here." "Hey, You four, quickly come up and greet your big brother. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. This family. Fortunately, I have a lot of mysterious yang jade. Otherwise, I would have gone bankrupt here. The jade given to Xia Danqiong's concubines naturally couldn't be the same size as the one given to his wife. So Chu Yang was careful. The jade given to the four women were half the size. Sure enough, Xia Danqiong's wife's eyes revealed a very warm and satisfied look. Women getting along with women was a study. However, the relationship between a man and his brother's women was also a great learning. Fortunately, Minister Chu had done some research. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to pass this stage. And these are Mo Tianji's 2 wives. Huyan Aobo was like a big shot in the management of affairs. Looking at her attitude today, if Chu Yang didn't beg for mercy, she would really be upset. But Minister Chu was rich now. He smiled and casually gave each of them a piece of mysterious yang jade. His expression didn't change. But he didn't know that his heart was already boiling. This Mo Tianji is really not a good person. Look at his 2 concubines. Neither of them is more than 17 years old. They have actually been with him for so many years. What a beast! Chu Yang cursed angrily in his heart, but his face was amiable. This is Ao Xiayan's wife. This is their house. Huyan Aobo continued to introduce. Chu Yang made up his mind and gave a big gift. Ao Xiayan's wife and concubines. Mother, grandmother. Each of them was given a piece of jade. Everyone was happy. Fortunately, the sword spirit was dormant now. If it was still awake and saw Chu Yang's prodigal behavior, it would definitely vomit blood on the spot. The group of women exchanged greetings and received greeting gifts. Then they went back contentedly. Ji Zhu, Luo Kuwu, and Dong Wulei came up with flattering smiles. Ha ha ha. Brother Chu, we are old friends. This greeting gift. Get lost. Before they finished speaking, Chu Yang had already roared. His long-suppressed anger finally found an outlet here. It's fine if those younger than me come to find me, but all of you are older than me, and you actually want a greeting gift from me? Phut! How can you be so shameless? Everyone was stunned. They never thought that this guy would turn hostile. Chu Yang stretched out his hands and put them under the noses of the 3 people. 3 big brothers, your younger brothers, and I have been through life and death together. It's my honor to meet you today. Come, come, come. Give me a greeting gift? The 3 of them were instantly stunned. You were so happy to give out greeting gifts. But when it was our turn, you were the one who stretched out your hands? Where do we have greeting gifts for you? The 3 young patriarchs rolled their eyes and sat back down resentfully. Chu Yang didn't give up and went forward to ask for greeting gifts. Suddenly, there was chaos in the hall. The women who received greeting gifts covered their mouths and laughed. Looking at this big brother Chu Yang who suddenly appeared, everyone felt that this sworn brother of their husbands was really a good person. If such an evaluation fell into the ears of Chu Yang's enemies, they would probably vomit blood on the spot. If the millions of souls in the battle that decided the outcome of the lower 3 heavens heard this, they would definitely crawl out of hell to settle the score with these few women. Good person? Have you seen a good person who could bury millions of soldiers in one battle? The atmosphere in the hall became lively. It had to be said that although the hall was lively, there were indeed more women. Chu Yang, Dong Wulei, and the others were tied up inside. Finally, under Ji Zhu's suggestion, the 4 of them found a small room and started gambling. After a long while, Minister Chu proudly walked out with a pile of clothes and threw them into the cesspool. Then he chatted and laughed with Ao Tianqing as if nothing had happened. Ao Tianqing waited for a long time but didn't see the other 3 come out. He wanted to go in and take a look, but the 3 inside desperately blocked the door. It turned out that under Minister Chu's superb gambling skills, not only did these 3 young masters lose all their belongings, they also lost all their clothes in the end after Chu Yang won. Everyone thought that he was joking. They didn't expect this guy to be so ruthless as to throw their clothes into the cesspool. Outside was a group of women in the hall. At this moment, the three dukes even had the heart to die. At this moment, a loud explosion was suddenly heard from outside. All the buildings of the Ao clan started to shake. Ao Tianqing was shocked, but then he was delighted. He stood up abruptly. The sound came from the direction of their seclusion. Are they finally out? Chu Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 1222. Before Ao Tianqing's voice died away, Chu Yang was already gone. Ladies, stay here and don't move. I'll go take a look. The ladies wanted to rush out, but when they heard Chu Yang's words, they stopped in their tracks. No matter what, they had to give face to this boss. Chu Yang's voice came from outside the door. Men, come out. Super alert. With a shout, the men in the hall ran out like a swarm of bees. When they heard these two sentences, the three naked dukes wanted to chop Chu Yang into pieces on the spot. You don't have to be so mischievous, do you? Under such circumstances, you actually left all the ladies behind and took all the men away? You don't want us to live anymore. Ao Tianqing was excited and wanted to go out, but he heard someone screaming in the small room. Clan Master Ao. Uncle Ao Shiji. Help us. Ao Tianqing was already in a fervent mood. How could he care about them? What's more, when I wanted to go in, you blocked the door and begged me not to go in. Now you want me to help? Help my ass. No way. Clan Master Ao went out confidently. The three dukes wanted to cry, but had no tears. Dong Wulei and Luo Kuwu turned to look at Jiju, as if they were about to spit fire. It's all this guy's fault. Just now, he was discussing with the two of us to cheat and get something good from Chu Yang. Now it's great. We didn't win anything good from Chu Yang, and we don't have anything good left. And we don't even have clothes. It's all your fault. Your rotten idea. The two dukes shrank behind the table and blamed Jiju angrily. Jiju moved a chair to the door and sat cross-legged on the chair with his back against the door. His posture was bold and unrestrained. He spread his hands. How would I know this little gambling skill is so good? The three of us were defeated even when we worked together. Besides, I'm no exception. Didn't I get stripped naked too? Luo Kuwu and Dong Wulei wanted to cry, but had no tears. You were stripped naked too, but why are you so stinky? The smell of Jiju's stinky feet became stronger and stronger in this small enclosed room. The two dukes covered their noses. They couldn't help it. There were women outside, and the window was closed by the three of them. Dong Wulei and Luo Kuwu felt that they could die of shame. How many days have you not washed your feet or bathed? Dong Wulei angrily asked Jiju. Jiju scratched his head and thought for a moment. Just a few days ago. I washed it last month. Luo Kuwu and Dong Wulei had a wonderful expression on their faces. Today was the 28th day of the month. You actually washed it last month? At this moment, the two dukes felt like they had nothing left to live for. There were only women outside. Moreover, they were all women whom he could not afford to offend. Yet, he was stripped naked and locked in a room. This was undoubtedly a very frightening thing. But what was even scarier was that there was a man in this room who hadn't bathed or washed his feet for at least 28 days. What do we do now? The Luo Kuwu monkey was below the window. Only the upper part of its neck was above the window, greedily breathing in the air through the window. We can only wait. Dong Wulei did the same action as him, and said in a voice that was almost suffocating, Your butts are quite perky. Jiju, who was at the door, shook his feet. The two retched and turned to look at Jiju murderously. Just you wait. When this is over, if we don't kill you, you can count yourself lucky. I'm so scared. Jiju's posture was bold as he crossed his legs, and he let out a strange cry. In front of the back mountain of the Ao clan, Chu Yang stood there quietly. The expression on his face was a little excited. In front of him was the huge passage that he had created with his fist. At this moment, in the belly of the mountain, loud rumbling noises were constantly coming out. One after another, clear dragon roars could be heard, shaking the air. The whole sky was filled with the roars of dragons and tigers. The entire mountain was trembling. More and more people gathered here. Chu Yang stood upright, standing at the front. "Brothers, you are finally coming out. Long time no see." The rumbling noises continued. Chu Yang had a warm smile on his face, but his eyes were filled with memories. He didn't know why, but at this moment his heart. But what he thought of were some trivial matters. He still remembered that when Gu Duxing had provoked him, GMO had said, "Let's compete. Who's afraid of who? The loser is the underling." At that moment, deep in GMO's eyes, there was no competitiveness. There was only a warmth of acknowledgement. He still remembered that time when he had fought against the Golden Horse Riders Department. GMO had insisted on following him to watch the show. He didn't say that he was going to help him, but he insisted on watching the show, because he knew that he was still weak at that time. When facing a strong enemy, it was hard to say whether he would live or die. He still remembered that time, in the land of heavy snow, when the brothers faced the fourth uncle who hadn't revealed his identity at that time, who was countless times stronger than them. They didn't retreat an inch. They didn't give an inch. He still remembered that time in Great Zhao. The brothers had laughed. "Boss, it was easy." Easy? Behind this easy sentence, how many dangers were there that nearly cost their lives? He still remembered that Gu Duxing had said coldly, "As long as you charge, I will go." He still remembered that time when he had blocked the saber for Dong Wushang. The moment Dong Wushang turned his head and saw him bleeding, he had a hysterical and violent look in his eyes. He still remembered that Mo Tianji had looked out of the window indifferently and had said indifferently, "I am willing to accompany you in a bloody battle in this life." At that moment, Mo Tianji's eyes had been filled with fighting spirit. He still remembered that time in the battle in the far north wastelands. The brothers had all been injured. They had all huddled together, but each of them had fought for a place to cool off at the entrance of the cave. He still remembered that Rue Butong had smiled mischievously. "I am not afraid of death. I won't die. What are you worried about? Do I really not know the kind of despair and fear every time I die?" He still remembered that Xie Danqiong had looked at him warmly and grabbed his arm with one hand. "Brother, I will accompany you in a bloody battle in Jianghu." He still remembered that Ao Xieyin had said enviously, "It is good to have such a brother." Then he had joined without hesitation. He still remembered. Every time Tan Tan had seen him after a long separation, he would ask, "Chu Yang, look, am I handsome?" These bastards. Chu Yang smiled faintly. At that time, the situation had changed. The Ao clan had internal strife. The brothers were in danger. In just a few days, all the brothers gathered together as fast as they could. Luo Kodi had been seriously injured and was on the verge of death. But at that time, he had rushed over in time with his scarred body. Even though he didn't even have the strength to raise his hand when he had rushed over, he had still rushed over in the face of life and death. If we had won, if we had survived, I would have been with my brothers. If we had lost, if we had died, I would have been with my brothers. It was that simple. When the brothers had gathered together, they had faced the powerful enemies of the three heavens with their chests held high. They had felt warmth and pride in their hearts. Such brothers who had gone through life and death together. Who in the world had it? Me. Chu Yang believed that at that moment of life and death, everyone must have faced life and death with such pride in their hearts. Because, in this world of indifferent friendship, filled with deceit and betrayal, even when most people doubted this kind of sincere friendship, we trusted each other so much. We trusted our backs to our brothers so confidently. We are so proud. When we are together, we can defy the heavens. Chu Yang's heart was rapidly replaying the time he had spent with his brothers at this moment. The rumbling sound was getting louder and louder. It was the sound of a dragon's roar. It was getting more and more shocking. Then, all the vibrations, all the sounds. Suddenly, they all disappeared at the same time. There was a faint sound coming from afar. Chu Yong smiled. An exaggerated voice said, "Whoa, what the heck?" Such a long passageway actually appeared here. Another voice said calmly, "It's strange. I didn't discover it before." Another voice said thoughtfully, "What's strange about a passageway? But this passageway gives me the feeling that it was punched out by someone." Then a voice suddenly shouted, "What the heck? Dog ant. Just one punch. How thick is that punch?" An angry voice said coldly, "Shut up. Can't you be quieter? You need to be taught a lesson." A few voices hissed together. "Hey, second brother Goo. You were already very annoying inside. Now that you're out, you're still so annoying." A cold voice said coldly, "Say that again." There was complete silence. After a long time, a flattering voice said, "Second brother, you're still so powerful." A few voices said together, "I really can't stand it. This little wolf is too disgusting. Every day, he flatters second brother Goo." That voice said sadly, "What can I do? If I don't flatter him, I'll get beaten up." A burst of laughter. A calm voice said, "Don't talk first. We're going out soon. We've been inside for a long time. It's better if it's night outside. But if it's daytime, we'll definitely encounter strong light. If we're not careful, our eyes will be ruined. So, from now on, close your eyes and feel the light." A voice said disapprovingly, "Never heard of it." A few voices roared together, "Just close your eyes when we tell you to. Do you believe that we'll beat you until you lose control of your bladder?" "Fuck, you only know how to threaten." "Damn it, you're just saying it. Actually, I've already closed my eyes. Do you think I'm as stupid as you guys?" It was clearly someone who was beaten up. Someone at the side commented, "I really admire this guy. If he doesn't get beaten up for a day, he'll be extremely depressed." Another voice concluded fiercely, "Despicable. This guy is despicable." "Bastard. Who are you talking about? You bastard who doesn't know how to respect the elders. You? How are you old and virtuous? I haven't eaten for a long time. Don't make me vomit." Then the two of them started to quarrel. The few of them continued to bicker as they walked out. Chu Yang smiled, turned around, and gestured for them to keep quiet. Everyone nodded in understanding. Just as the people inside said, if they suddenly came out and saw strong light, their eyes that had been in the dark for a long time would probably not be able to take it. At this moment, among the people waiting, if anyone made a sound and was heard, they would open their eyes in surprise and joy. The consequences would be unimaginable. It was just past noon. The light was still very strong. The dark and gloomy December had arrived. We're here too. Chapter 1223. I'm going to take a bath. Aoshian was in his own house and was surrounded by familiar faces. He couldn't take it anymore. With a loud roar, he took the lead to cover his crotch and dashed away. "Wait for me." The brothers hurriedly followed behind. Some covered their faces, some covered their buttocks. In the blink of an eye, they all disappeared without a trace, leaving only one sentence. "Boss, don't run. We'll come back to settle the score with you." Chu Yang touched his nose. There was a comfortable smile on his face, but he said angrily, "How impudent! As little brothers, you actually dare to settle the score with boss." A burst of laughter came from beside him. After a long time in the hall, following a commotion, everyone looked over expectantly. A young man with wet hair and brand new clothes walked into the hall with his head held high. Instantly, there was a burst of screams, and the hall became chaotic. The army of women moved out at the same time. Some cried, some screamed, some cried tears of joy, some cried silently, some looked at each other with infatuation. In an instant, Aosheun, Xiadancheong Emo, Tianji, Guduxing and GMO were all in the arms of beauties. Chu Yang watched with a smile at the side. This was their time. They needed to vent their yearning for more than a year at this moment. Among the brothers, only Luo Kadi didn't have beauties. He walked to Chu Yang's side and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Despicable. Truly despicable. Even heroes have a weakness for beauties. Look at these guys, cuddling with beauties. How despicable. Chuyang snorted and was about to speak when he saw Luo Kadi suddenly burst into laughter. When Chuyang saw this, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of tea. He saw Huyen Aobo striding over majestically and grabbing GMO. She punched him and scolded, "GMO, little thief, you really want to die." Bang! Another kick landed on GMO's back and he fell to the ground. Then he was picked up again. His feet were off the ground and he was actually laughing. "Aobo mother, I missed you so much." Huyen Aobo's eyes reddened and tears almost flowed out. She scolded, "I didn't miss you." But she still hugged GMO in her arms. GMO was in Huyen Aobo's arms like a little bird. Miss Huyen was obviously very happy, shouting, jumping, and scolding. However, when she jumped, she took GMO with her. This scene was like a mother with a large body bringing along her child who had yet to reach adulthood. Chuyang was speechless. Luo Kadi laughed so hard that he staggered to the left and right. He held his stomach and cried out in pain. After venting their excitement, everyone began to whisper to each other in a group. Everyone tactfully retreated. And Gu Duxing and the others, under the guidance of the servants and maids, were also leading their loved ones into the small courtyards that had been prepared for them. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words in the blink of an eye. There were only 2 people left in the bustling hall. Chuyang, Luo Kadi. "Boss, if they're all gone, what are we going to do?" Luo Kadi was a little envious. "Sigh, if I had known earlier, I would have also found one. Back then, there were so many beautiful ladies chasing after me. I didn't even look at any of them." Chuyang rolled his eyes. "You have a very important mission." Luo Kadi's eyes lit up. "What mission?" Chuyang led him. They came to the door of a small room. First, they cocked their ears and listened. Then they pointed to the door and said, "Little wolf, there's a gift that I've prepared for you for a long time inside. You just have to open the door, and you'll get it. Take note, this is for you alone. Don't let anyone else see it. Otherwise, they'll say that I'm being unfair." Luo Kadi nodded repeatedly. He was so excited that his little face was red. "Don't worry, boss. I won't say it even if you beat me to death." Chuyang nodded and whispered mysteriously, "Go and open the door. Brother, you'll get a surprise that you've never had in your life." Luo Kadi immediately became excited. His eyes shone like a wolf's. "Who's the boss?" "Yes, this is the Tribulation Sword Master. How can the gift that he wants to give me be weak?" Luo Kadi rubbed his hands and felt that his palms were a little hot. He smiled slyly and walked to the door sneakily. He even looked around carefully. "Yes, there's no one. It's time to receive the gift." "Ha ha ha." He pushed the door open. Yes? The door didn't open. He pushed again, but it still didn't open. Luo Kadi scratched his head and pushed the door again. There was actually someone inside holding the door open. Luo Kadi was instantly enraged. "What the fuck? This is a gift from the boss. Who beat me to it?" Anger rose in his heart. Second Master Luo roared, "Motherfucker." He gave a flying kick. With a bang, the whole door was kicked into pieces. Luo Kadi stepped in and roared, "Who dares to touch my things?" Then he suddenly became dumbfounded and stood there like a puppet. In front of him, his big brother Luo Kuwu and Dong Wule of the Dong clan were looking at him as if they wanted to eat him alive. He looked down. What? These 2 bosses were actually completely naked? Luo Kadi was stunned. Then his eyes widened. He turned around and saw that Chuyang was no longer behind him. Luo Kadi was instantly in a tragic situation. His fingers trembled and his face turned green. "You, what are you doing?" He saw that the 2 of them were actually closing in on him with gritted teeth. Luo Kadi retreated continuously. He roared angrily, "Luo Kuwu, aren't so many beautiful wives and concubines enough for you to play with? Why do you have to play with men? And with big brother Dong Wule?" He hadn't finished speaking when the 2 opposite rushed over at the speed of the wind. The anger and astonishment on their faces turned into horror in an instant. She covered his mouth with her hand. "My dear master, your loud voice is really going to scare me to death. Woo woo. Let go of me." Luo Kadi was terrified. I don't like this." Dong Wulei and Luo Ku were speechless. A groan came from the ground. Luo Kadi looked down and saw a naked fat man. It was Jiju. Luo Kadi fainted. He shook his head and said dizzily, "The three of you? Play together?" He hadn't finished speaking when the three opposite rushed over like wolves and tigers. They pressed this abominable guy to the ground and beat him up. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. After a long time, Luo Kadi's clothes were stripped off. Luo Kuwu put on the clothes without hesitation and then sneaked out. After a while, he found a few sets of clothes and put them on. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. "I want to go back and tell father." Luo Kadi shouted miserably. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. "You actually like men, bastard. You're the one who likes men." He had just finished speaking. Another round of beating. After a long time, Luo Kadi, who had been separated for a long time, was beaten up until he looked like a pig head. You, Chu Yong, what kind of boss did you recognize?" Luo Ku said with grief and indignation. His whole body trembled and his fingers trembled. Th, he didn't finish speaking in the end. The three archdukes left stealthily as if they were flying. Luo Kadi lay on the ground, confused. What is going on? After a long time, he reacted. "Fuck! Luo Ku, big brother, you should also bring me some clothes. Boss, the surprise you gave me this time is really unbearable." When Luo Kadi wrapped himself in curtains and sneaked out, he bumped into a group of maids carrying dishes and cutlery. They were walking towards him in a single file. When they bumped into each other, Luo Kadi's face immediately turned pale. The maids exclaimed, and the cutlery fell to the ground. The ladies widened their bright and beautiful eyes in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. Luo Kadi was in for a tragedy, because a rumor immediately spread in the Ao clan. "Do you know Luo Ergong, who just came out of seclusion?" "Yes, why?" "You only know now. This second master Luo likes to run around naked." "Who's Luo Ben?" "Ayaya. Streaking. It means running in public without any clothes." "Ah, there's such a thing? Come. Let me tell you in detail. This matter happened in Thai." Okay. That night, the Ao clan held a grand banquet. They entertained the guests. The female guests weren't in the hall. There were other seats, but the male guests were also clearly separated. The dukes sat at their own table. Chu Yang and the other brothers sat at the same table. They didn't interact with each other at all. That night, they drank and ate to their heart's content. Only second master Luo shocked the other brothers. "What's going on? How did you get beaten up to this state when you just came out?" Second master Luo's heart was filled with bitterness. He was angry but didn't dare to speak. Under the threatening gazes of the three dukes beside him, he didn't dare to utter a single word. "Haha. When we're full, let's have a bet with the three big brothers." Chu Yang laughed heartily. "A little bet is good for the mood. Yes, my big brother likes this the most." GMO fanned the flames. "I bet that you definitely won't win." Mo Tian G added fuel to the fire. But when the three dukes heard the word bet, they shuddered at the same time. They pretended not to hear it all and turned their faces away. The corners of their mouths twitched. At this moment, the three dukes swore at the same time. Even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't bet. "Bet with you? Not only do I have nothing better to do, I also have masochistic tendencies." Chu Yang's provocation came to nothing. This made the brothers, who were very familiar with the three dukes, extremely surprised. Only Chu Yang laughed so hard that he fell over. After the meal, the three dukes left as if they were fleeing for their lives. Only then did Chu Yang and the other brothers ask questions. Chu Yang glanced sideways and saw that there were still many people in the hall. On the surface, they looked serious, but all of them were listening attentively. Therefore, Chu Yang leisurely told him about the gambling match. He deliberately lowered his voice. At this volume, ordinary people definitely couldn't hear him. But who in this hall was an ordinary person? Instantly, everyone heard him. Instantly, the entire hall burst into laughter. Some people held their stomachs and squatted on the ground, crying out in pain. As for GMO, Luo Kudi, and the others, they even slapped the table and laughed. They were so happy that they wanted to worship their big brother's brilliance on the spot. He really helped his brothers vent their anger. Chapter 1224. It was already late at night. In Chu Yang's room, the 7 brothers were all gathered together. After being apart for more than a year, this was the first time they were all alone together. They couldn't help but feel a little excited. All of them actually felt as if a lifetime had passed. Feeling this atmosphere, no one made a sound. All of them only felt waves of heat rolling in their hearts. Even Luo Kadi and GMO, who were the most talkative, kept their mouths shut. Sometimes they would squirm a little and then quickly shut it again. All of you have changed. Chu Yang looked at his brothers with some emotion. All of you have slimmed down a little. However, you look full of energy. You must have improved a lot during this seclusion, right? Mo Tianji smiled very reservedly. It's all right. At least we didn't disappoint you. Even Mo Tianji, who had always been reserved and steady, said this. It was clear that they had indeed benefited a lot from this seclusion. Oh, tell me about it. Chu Yang asked with great interest. Everyone looked at Gu Duxing. No matter how one counted, it should start with Gu Duxing. Gu Duxing coughed and said, this seclusion was all thanks to Xie Yun's divine dragon treasure. There were unimaginable good things inside. That allowed us to improve so quickly. Yes, I am currently a sword supremacy, 1st grade. He raised his eyebrows. He couldn't help but feel proud. From sword sovereign to supreme martial artist in more than a year. Hee, this was an unprecedented speed. Therefore, even with Gu Duxing's indifference, he couldn't help but feel like he was presenting a treasure. The first person to speak gave Chu Yang a fright. Sword supremacy, 1st grade. This kind of strength was also one of the top in the upper 3 heavens. It was enough to kill an ordinary 3rd grade supreme martial artist without too much damage to himself. How could there be such a huge improvement? It was only a little more than a year. Chu Yang suddenly thought of Dukyu. Dukyu had activated the elf bloodline. His cultivation improved by leaps and bounds all of a sudden to an astonishing level. Could it be that the divine dragon treasure opened by his brothers was actually similar to that of the elf race? If that was the case, then it was understandable. Supreme martial artist, 1st grade. GMO was the second to speak. His face was full of pride and arrogance. He almost wanted someone to kick him. Supreme martial artist, 1st grade. Ao Shiyun nodded slowly. He was very graceful and elegant. Me too, supreme martial artist. 1st rank. Luo Kadi touched the bruises on his face. His eyebrows were raised high. His eyebrows seemed to be dancing, looking very spirited. When Chu Yang saw Luo Kadi's eyebrows at this moment, he even had the misconception that he was looking at Tan Tan. Me too. Xie Danqiong smiled reservedly. Cough, cough. Mo Tianji coughed a few times. I haven't arrived yet. I'm only at the peak of saint level. After all, Mo Tianji wasn't the main fighting force. It was already very surprising that he was at the peak of the saint level. Chu Yang let out a long sigh. That's great. Everyone was overjoyed. They finally got to see their boss's shocked expression. This feeling was simply too great. In an instant, the brothers all felt that this 1 year of darkness was really worth it. It was so worth it. To be able to see such an expression on Chu Yang's face, even if he had to add another year. He would gladly accept it, Mo Tianji said calmly. The biggest contributor to this upgrade is Ao Xieyun. Xia Yun offered up the dragon race's treasures and shared them with his brothers. If it was just him alone, this energy would be enough for him to break through to 8th grade supreme martial artist and above. Ao Xia Yun hurriedly waved his hands. Tianji, what you said is really boring. I especially don't like to hear it. Chu Yang laughed. He understood what Mo Tianji meant. On the surface, it was just a polite greeting. In reality, it was just to point out Ao Xia Yun's achievements, so that Chu Yang, the boss, would know what to do. After all, when a big clan was established in the future, there would still be a ranking among the big clans. And this ranking would be based on which of the brothers contributed the most. It would be a ranking that everyone was sincerely convinced of. Mo Tianji had thought far ahead and had already planned that. Furthermore, from the tone of Ao Xia Yun's words, Chu Yang knew these brothers had already completely merged together. He couldn't help but feel very happy. The brothers all talked at once and recounted what had happened in the secret chamber. Chu Yang listened with great interest, especially the few times Luo Kudi and Mo fooled around. It made Chu Yang laugh heartily. Mo Tianji was also all smiles. He was in a particularly good mood. Seeing that Chu Yang had returned, Mo Tianji seemed to have put down a heavy burden. His whole body relaxed. He knew that if Chu Yang didn't come back, sooner or later, this group would disperse. And when it did, no matter what he had done, he would be the most unforgivable person, because he had fabricated a lot of information. That was why it had been maintained until now. Now that Chu Yang had returned, whether Mo Tianji's information was fabricated or true, it was no longer important. What was important was that there was a core. When everyone finished talking, it was already midnight. Boss, what have you been doing all this time? Mo moved forward. Don't just let us talk. You talk too. Chu Yang smiled warmly. There are indeed a few things that I want to tell everyone. Gu Duxing's eyes lit up. The brothers all became serious. That day, I was at the bottom of the lake of despair. Then, I went to the upper 3 heavens. After that, Chu Yang spoke slowly and methodically. As Chu Yang spoke, everyone's expressions also changed. Sometimes they cheered loudly. Sometimes they looked serious. Sometimes they looked fascinated. They really didn't expect that their boss had experienced so many interesting things during this period of time. It was really a pity that they had missed out on all these things. When Chu Yang talked about Dong Wushang and Rui Butong, everyone's emotions were obviously high. How is Wushang now? Mo puffed out his chest. Can he beat me? Wushang, if I'm not wrong, he should have broken through to saber supremacy at this time. Chu Yang looked at Mo meaningfully. You can spar with him. Everyone laughed. Mo was only an ordinary, first-grade supreme martial artist now. If he fought with a first-grade saber supremacy, how could it be called a spar? It would be pure torture. Mo's face turned bitter. He said dejectedly, this bastard's progress is so fast. I'm really disappointed. Then now, is it really the sound of dragons and phoenixes? Mo Tianji said thoughtfully. That's right. Chu Yang said, Xia Yun is the successor of the dragon race and has the bloodline of the divine dragon. Butong is the successor of the phoenix race and has the bloodline of the phoenix. 2 truly amazing characters have appeared in our brother's home. Luo Ku snorted and said disdainfully, they're just a loach and a bird. Ao Xia Yun pounced over angrily, and the 2 of them wrestled. After he finished talking about Chu Yang's experience in the upper 3 heavens, the brothers sat quietly and didn't move at all. Now, I want to tell you the second thing. Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, it's a big secret about me and us. Everyone was shocked and raised their heads at the same time, as if they had guessed what Chu Yang was going to say. Everyone's eyes lit up. Maybe everyone is wondering why my strength can improve so fast. Why do I have so many miraculous medicines on me? Chu Yang took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Brothers, I'm sorry for keeping it from you. I'm the current tribulation, Sword Master." Everyone felt as if their heads had been blown off. Instantly they felt a little dizzy. Although they had heard Mo Tianji's speculation, this was the first time Chu Yang publicly admitted his identity. How could guesses from others be compared to Chu Yang's own confirmation? Even Mo Tianji, although he had guessed it long ago, still felt that his brain was a little short of oxygen at this moment. His body swayed a little. Gu Duxing could be considered to be very calm, but he still let out a soft "ga" sound from his throat, as if he had suddenly bitten his tongue. Tribulation, Sword Master, the ruler of the heavens. According to ancient legends, whoever had the tribulation sword would be the master of the heavens. The brothers were petrified at the same time. They all held their breaths and looked at Chu Yang. Under everyone's gaze, Chu Yang slowly stretched out his right hand. There was nothing in his palm. However, in the next moment, something that shocked everyone to the extreme happened. In Chu Yang's empty palm, a small sword, only the length of a little finger, suddenly appeared. It was sparkling and shiny. The sword tip, sword edge, sword blade, sword guard, and sword tongue were on it. But there was no sword hilt, no sword tassel. No, it was just a half-finished sword. In the next moment, this half-finished sword made a sword sound. Although the sound was soft, it was extremely crisp. It was extremely mighty. Clang! The swords at the waists of Gu Duxing, Ao Xiun, GMO, and Luo Kadi made a sword sound at the same time. The swords automatically popped out of the scabbard by half a foot, and a cold light flashed. To the Supreme King of the Sword, to give the supreme salute. In the next moment, that small sword suddenly expanded and became the same size as a normal sword. Cold light and murderous intent filled the air. There seemed to be strange lights moving back and forth on the body of the sword, and it was breathtaking. Although it was only a half-finished sword, the aura it emitted at this moment was arrogant and insufferably arrogant. There was a sense of pride and arrogance, as if he was the only one in the world. Clang! Chu Yang placed the sword on the table in front of him. The sword vibrated twice, seemingly dissatisfied with Chu Yang's decision to let it go. But it eventually quieted down. Everyone's gaze was instantly focused on this sword. Gu Duxing's gaze was fervent and filled with the light of pilgrimage as he looked at this sword. Although the sword was not complete, it was universally acknowledged as the best sword in the world. The winds and clouds of the past 10,000 years were stirred up by this sword. How many lives were plunged into misery and suffering because of this sword? How many influential figures had perished because of this sword? How many legends arose because of this sword? How many sins were born because of this sword? In 10,000 years, at the very least, tens of billions of people died because of this sword. Tens of billions of lives forged the supreme reputation of the Calamity Sword. Tens of billions. What kind of concept was that?